Chapter 981. If the poison sect hadn't been destroyed and its bloodline still existed, then the problems Han Yunshi and the others were facing today wouldn't have been a problem at all. The Snow Wolf clan would never reveal their clan's secrets, but after the poison sect and the Snow Wolf clan merged and gradually gained power, the Snow Wolf clan no longer had the final say in many matters. Both the poison pills and the perplexing butterfly illusion were developed after the poison sect and the Snow Wolf clan merged. After understanding the history of Medical City's poison doctors establishing the poison sect, Han Yunshi firmly believed that their poison skills couldn't compare to the Snow Wolf clan's. In other words, if the Snow Wolf clan wanted to develop the poison pills and the perplexing butterfly illusion, they wouldn't have waited until the poison sect got involved. Why did they only develop the poison pills and the perplexing butterfly illusion after the poison sect got involved? The reason couldn't be simpler. The Snow Wolf clan had no ambitions. They only wanted to conceal their identities and protect the poison beast. The poison sect's poison doctors were ambitious. There was no smoke without fire. Back then, Medical City didn't destroy the poison sect on the grounds that they were poison goo humans. It was just that the poison sect hadn't been using poison the entire time. Medical City must have never expected the Snow Wolf clan to exist. Even they hadn't expected the truth to be like this when they tried to rehabilitate the poison sect. Since they had the secret recipe, why didn't they use it? Gu Beiwe muttered to himself. Could it be that they couldn't find the poison, or, before Gu Beiwe could finish, Gu cut in? They were waiting for the poison plants in the glass wall to bear fruit and ripen. Everyone suddenly understood a lot. Han Yunshi said with certainty, so Bai Yanqing ate those fruits. The poison goo humans' immortality actually meant that they couldn't be killed, nor could they be injured or sick to death. It wasn't true that they were immortal. They couldn't beat time and would die of old age. Based on the time it took for the fruits to ripen, Bai Yanqing was probably the first poison goo human in the history of the poison sect. Now, even if he had the secret recipe, it would be impossible for him to grow another one. This was because it would take at least a few hundred years for those poisonous herbs to blossom and bear fruit to ripen. If Bai Yanqing couldn't wait, they couldn't wait either. Long Fei Yi didn't make a sound. He silently poured tea for everyone. Although he was serving everyone, his elegant movements and noble sitting posture didn't look like he was serving at all. Instead, it looked like he was bestowing rewards. Gu Beiwe looked at Long Fei Yi. Your Highness, if you were to choose between the two, would you choose the poison goo human or the perplexing butterfly illusion? Perplexing butterfly illusion. Long Fei Yi answered without hesitation. That's right. Perplexing butterfly illusion can restrain the poison goo man. Gu Beiwe said. At these words, everyone understood. Bailey Mingxiang and Su Donglin had appeared at some point and nodded in understanding. If they could control and restrain the poison goo man, then seizing control of Cloud Realm continent wouldn't be a problem. If the poison goo man wanted to return to normal, he had to rely on perplexing butterfly illusion. If the poison goo man wanted to remain undying, he had to be wary of perplexing butterfly illusion. In the end, the poison sect's strongest weapon was perplexing butterfly illusion, not its poison pills. The one who has perplexing butterfly illusion controls the world. These words must have come from the poison sect, Han Yunshi said with certainty. Only the poison sect knew of the secret of perplexing butterfly illusion. Why would the poison sect spread such a rumor while researching the poison goo man? Logically speaking, the poison sect should have kept perplexing butterfly illusion a secret. It looks like the poison sect is divided internally. Interesting, Long Fei Yi said indifferently. Only the poison sect's orphans knew the truth. Of course, Han Yunshi was an exception. After a round of discussion and speculation, Han Yunshi and the others had a rough idea of the poison sect's past and what the perplexing butterfly illusion and the poison goo man were all about. Although they hadn't found the catalyst yet, they at least knew how to restrain Bai Yanqing. Their goal for this trip had been achieved. Now, all their questions were focused on Bai Yanqing. Had Bai Yanqing learned of the poison pill's secret from the wordless steel, or had he dug it out from the ruins of the poison sect's cloud water palace like Gu? Or had the poison sect's orphans passed the secret down through generations? Just how many orphans were left in the poison sect? Who was that mysterious person in the forest? These matters didn't affect their plan to deal with Bai Yanqing, but they were related to Han Yunxi's origins. The clues they had were limited, so this was all they could speculate. Han Yunxi suddenly wished she could quickly ascend to the third rank so she could communicate with Lil Thing through her consciousness and ask it about the Snow Wolf clan and the poison sect. Lil Thing looked small, but it was already very old. It had experienced everything that had happened in the poison sect, so it must know much more than Bai Yanqing and the murals in the wordless steel. Gu Beiyue was also thinking about Lil Thing. He suddenly smiled and said, "It looks like Lil Thing is also very old." If Lil Thing heard this, would it be in a bad mood? Is the gentleman disdaining me for being old? Actually, I might be old, but my heart is still young. Gu smiled. He had a good impression of Lil Thing. The Snow Wolf's true form is actually a squirrel. Did it eat those poisonous plants and turn into a wolf? Gu Beiyue nodded with a smile. Those poisonous plants in the sky pit have all withered. What a pity. At this moment, Han Yunxi fell silent. She was really conflicted about her origins. She wanted nothing more than to kill Bai Yanqing, but she also didn't want to bear the infamy of patricide. Right now, Mu Xian was pregnant and had left because the poison sect's young master had an affair with another woman. The poison sect's young master had once given Mu Xian a 10,000-year-old blood jade as a token of love. Later, Mu Xian gave it to Lady Lianxin, who then arranged for Han Kongan to become a director. If this poison sect's young master really was Bai Yanqing, then which woman had Bai Yanqing been with back then? If this poison sect's young master wasn't Bai Yanqing, then who was Bai Yanqing to the poison sect? How was he related to the poison sect's young master? How did Bai Yanqing know that Mu Xian had gone to the Han family and gotten pregnant? Moreover, how did Bai Yanqing know that she had a birthmark on her back? How did he know that she was a descendant of Western Qin's imperial clan? Han Yunxi was a little tired from knowing and speculating too much. She shot a pitiful look at Long Feiyi, asking for help. She wanted Long Feiyi to help her think things through. Han Yunxi didn't know that this was the first time she'd acted so coquettishly. She also didn't know that a woman's coquettishness was the best way to capture a man's heart. Seeing her inadvertent pitiful expression, Long Feiyi couldn't help but stroke her bangs and say dotingly, "Don't worry, I'll figure out Bai Yanqing's background." Gu saw all of this and pursed his lips. He didn't disturb them like before. However, his gloominess was written all over his face. He secretly thought that he had to figure out a way to investigate Bai Yanqing's background. Seeing Long Feiyi withdraw his hand, Gu said loudly, "Hey, now let's discuss what to do next." They had to face Bai Yanqing and guard against the D clan and Northernly at the same time. They couldn't do two things at once. If Gu didn't have to protect them, he could focus on finding the fire and metal of 10,000 poisons. However, Gu couldn't be too far away from Han Yunxi now. He had to guard against Bai Yanqing's revenge at all times. Bai Yanqing hasn't done anything for so many days. There must be something else going on, Long Feiyi said calmly. Let's wait a few days and see what he does. Long Feiyi's style had always been to deal with changes by sticking to the status quo. He wanted to deal with the D clan and Northernly more. It was at this moment that Su Donglin suddenly received a secret missive from the Shadow Guard. Seeing that it was from Northernly, he hurried over and interrupted Long Feiyi. "Your Highness, an urgent missive from Northernly," Su Donglin said respectfully. Long Feiyi was slightly alarmed. An urgent missive from Northernly at this time couldn't be anything good. He opened it and was still surprised by the content. "Ning Qing is at Jun Yixie's place. He and Jun Yixie are working together. Last night, they started moving 30,000 battle horses. Long Feiyi read the letter. Everyone was stunned. The D clan had really rebelled. If it had been the elders of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium or the deputy generals of the Ning clan troops, Han Yunxi might still have some hope. Ning Qing was her last hope. But neither Cloud Realm Trade Consortium nor Ning Jing's troops had openly betrayed her, but it was Ning Qing who had betrayed her. It had to be said that Han Yunxi was caught off guard by the sudden news. In her heart, she'd always held onto a sliver of hope for Ning Qing. She didn't hope that Ning Qing would betray her, but that Ning Qing would return to Western Qin and the D clan's years of persistence and loyalty to his own dreams. But who knew that the first real rebel of the D clan would be Ning Qing himself? So Bai Yuqiao had really gone to seek refuge with Jun Yixie, while Ning Qing had been at Jun Yixie's place all this time. He'd made up his mind to rebel because of that needle and her alliance with Long Feiyi to declare the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin to be a misunderstanding. But Ning Qing and Jun Yixie's alliance was still quite troublesome. Long Feiyi made a prompt decision and ordered Ling, go to three-way black market. Su Donglin, summon manager Luo of Kangon Private Bank to East Origin Hall. Ning Qing and Jun Yixie's alliance was purely because of Jun Yixie's war horses. Jun Yixie and Ning Qing's alliance was purely because of Jun Yixie's money. He couldn't get their horses or money even if he wanted them. Long Feiyi's hatred towards Ning Qing and Jun Yixie was the same. It wasn't just because of the enmity between the two camps, but also because of their personal grudges. Su Donglin obeyed and left. A complicated look flashed across Han Yunxi's eyes. She thought of Ning Jing and Ling. Deacon Jean wasn't moved by their generous offer. Could it be that Deacon Jean was going to find Ning Qing? Su Donglin, quick, tell Tangli that Ning Jing might be with Ning Qing. Han Yunxi exclaimed. Ning Jing and Mu Ling were indeed with Ning Qing. When Uncle Qing and Deacon Jean brought the two girls to Jun Yixie's camp to find Ning Qing was so angry that he almost kicked Uncle Qing to death. But in front of Jun Yixie, he had no choice but to endure. Chapter 982. On the second day after Long Feiyi received the secret report, Jun Yixie spread the news of his cooperation with Ning Qing and the transfer of 30,000 battle horses to the public. 30,000 horses wasn't a small number, so it was impossible to keep such a huge commotion under wraps. It was only a matter of time before word got out, so Jun Yixie decided to spread the news himself to avoid further suspicions. Moreover, as he saw it, this would not only serve as a warning to Long Feiyi, but also intimidate the Northern Dynasty's emperors. He'd tell his enemies from both north and south that he, Jun Yixie, wasn't someone to be trifled with. With the D clan's support, Jun Yixie really didn't have to fear Long Feiyi or Emperor Kongqing. Uncle Qing was actually still observing from the sidelines. As soon as he heard news of Ning Qing and Jun Yixie's cooperation, he stopped hesitating and immediately brought along Deacon Jean with him to Jun Yixie's camp with Mu Ling and Ning Jing. He openly announced that he wanted to see Ning Qing. Mu Ling and Ning Jing were left in the carriage outside the camp while Uncle Qing and Deacon Jean met with Jun Yixie and Ning Qing inside. Although Uncle Qing didn't reveal that he'd kidnapped Ning Jing and Mu Ling in front of Jun Yixie wasn't deaf or blind. Gu and Tang Li had issued bounties all over the world recently. One offered up the secret recipe for the Tang clan's assassination weapons, while the other offered up the medicine Ghost Valley. The news had spread like wildfire and was still the hottest topic in Cloud Realm continent even now. As soon as Jun Yixie found out who was in the carriage, he immediately understood what was going on. He looked at Ning Qing and laughed loudly. Ning Qing was furious in his heart, but he had no choice but to pretend to be very calm. He looked at Uncle Qing coldly and said, Old Qing, I didn't expect you to bring me a gift. This family head wants to reward you properly. This is what I should do. Uncle Cheng was very happy and did not notice Master Ning's hidden anger. In fact, when Uncle Cheng knew that Master Ning was with Jun Yixie, he was not sure whether Master Ning was robbed or cooperated with Jun Yixie. He came here with the purpose of persuading Master Ning to betray the Western Qin royal family. That was why he had stayed in Heavenly River City for so many days to observe the situation. Now Master Ning had thought things through. Not only did he cooperate with Jun Yixie, but he also received Jun Yixie's 30,000 warhorses. Uncle Cheng felt that he had made the right choice in coming here. He had brought a lot of bargaining chips for Master Ning. If Master Ning cooperated with Jun Yixie, he would have the upper hand. With such a merit, perhaps it could make up for his mistake of colluding with outsiders to cheat Myriad Merchant Hall of money and disrespect to Ningjing, right? Hee, Uncle Cheng, not only will your Master Ning reward you, this prince will also reward you well. Jun Yixie laughed loudly. Ever since he cooperated with Ning Qing, he had gained confidence and once again considered himself as Northern Li's Prince Kong. Uncle Cheng hurriedly bowed respectfully. I don't dare. Ning Jing, you are my younger sister. This prince will leave her to you. Mu Linger. How about you give her to this prince? Jun Yixie asked with a laugh. When Ning Jing and Mu Linger, who were in the carriage outside, heard this, they exploded with anger. Why, what do you take me for? How shameless! I'll have my older sister and brother-in-law teach him a lesson later. Ning Jing and Mu Linger, the two silly girls, only found out that the old man in black was Uncle Cheng when they arrived here. They also found out that they were brought to Ning Qing, and that Ning Qing had betrayed the Western Qin royal family. Mu Linger angrily scolded, but Ning Jing didn't say a word. Even though she had already heard Ning Cheng's voice, she still couldn't believe it. She didn't want to believe that Ning Qing would betray Western Qin. Ning Qing was also extremely angry at Jun Yixie's request. Although he was under Jun Yixie's control, he didn't lose his temper. He was about to reject Jun Yixie's request. Unexpectedly, Deacon Jean, who had been sitting at the side and had been silent all this time, opened his mouth and said, "Sans foi Majesty, I'm very sorry. Mu Linger is mine. Master Ning has no right to give her to you." When these words came out, the entire crowd fell silent. Outside the door, Mu Linger immediately quieted down. She waited nervously, afraid that she would miss a single word. Jun Yixie lazily raised his eyebrows and finally looked at Deacon Jean. Uncle Cheng lowered his head and rubbed his nose. The corner of his mouth curved into a disdainful sneer. He didn't want to help Jean Zi at all. Here, Jean Zi didn't have the final say. Jean Zi was just a slave. Ning Qing pretended to be confused and questioned Uncle Cheng. "What's going on? Weren't you the one who brought her out?" Before Uncle Cheng could answer, Deacon Jean beat him to it. Ning Jing was brought out by Uncle Cheng. "I was the one who kidnapped Mu Linger. She owes me 280 million taels of silver and a slave contract. Whoever can settle this matter will have Mu Linger. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about." Deacon Jin's conditions were precisely Jun Yixie's shortcomings. Jun Yixie had to wait until the 30,000 warhorses were all in the hands of the Ning army before he could get the 500 million taels of silver from Ning Qing. Even if he had the money, he wouldn't be so generous as to pay 280 million taels of silver for Mu Linger. Of course, Jun Yixie could first use the military pay to help Deacon Jean pay off his debt. Then, he could use Mu Linger to exchange for Medicine Ghost Valley. He estimated that he could still make a lot of money. However, there was a risk in using someone to exchange for Medicine Ghost Valley. Gu wasn't someone to be trifled with. Jun Yixie wasn't stupid enough to take this risk. He wanted Mu Linger, not because he coveted the Medicine Ghost Valley, but because he wanted to keep Mu Linger as a bargaining chip to control Han Yunshi in the future. After listening to Deacon Jin's conditions, Jun Yixie was silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly looked at Ning Cheng and asked, Ning Qing, he's your slave? Smart people immediately understood what this meant. Since he was a slave, he had to be absolutely obedient. The slave was the master, and the slave didn't have the right to bargain with the master. Ning Qing smiled at Deacon Jean. Jean Z, if Jun Xie hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. You're my slave, so why are you talking to me about conditions? Let this family head tell you, from now on, Mu Linger is this family head's hostage. You can't exchange her for anything. As for your debt, this family head will consider whether to help you pay it off or not, depending on your performance. Deacon Jin's eyes, which were hidden under his bangs, flashed with a trace of complexity. He didn't say anything again. He felt that something was wrong with Ning Qing. Jun Xie touched his chin. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Ning Qing's words were not only a warning to Deacon Jean, but also to tell him that he wouldn't hand over Mu Ling. Although the 30,000 warhorses had already been sent out, the relationship between Jun Xie and Ning Qing was still good. While Ning Qing was under Jun Xie's control, Jun Xie was also under Ning Qing's control. Moreover, the 30,000 warhorses had already been sent out, but Jun Xie hadn't received his pay yet. Strictly speaking, Jun Xie was in a more passive position. Since Ning Qing had rejected him so tactfully, Jun Xie didn't make any more requests. In any case, Ning Qing was here. He wouldn't let Mu Linger leave even half a step. Mu Linger was still in his hands. Since he couldn't get any ideas about Mu Linger, Jun Xie started to get ideas about Ning Jing. He pretended to be joking and said teasingly, "Uncle Qing, this daughter-in-law of the Tang sect isn't yours anymore, is she?" Uncle Qing quickly replied, I wouldn't dare. Majesty Kong must be joking." Jun Xie didn't really understand the relationship between Ning Jing and the Tang sect, nor the relationship between Ning Jing and the Ning family. Of course, everyone present, including Jun Xie, definitely didn't know the relationship between the Tang sect and the Long Fei Yi. Haha, this prince knew it. How dare a subordinate like you kidnap his master? Jun Xie sneered. He was asking a question. Uncle Qing glanced at Ning Qing. Seeing that Ning Qing didn't say anything, he quickly explained, Majesty Kong, you might not know this, but Miss Jing used Deacon Jin's kidnapping of Mu Linger to put on a show. As a matter of fact, Tang Li believed it and panicked. As long as we keep our cool, Tang Li will definitely be able to offer better terms. When the time comes, we'll just have to find a middleman to pass on the message. We'll definitely make a profit. Uncle Qing was truly a sly old fox. As long as they didn't reveal that Ning Jing was in Tianhe City and continued to keep Tang Li in suspense, when Tang Li went crazy from anxiety, they would find a middleman who had nothing to do with the Ning family and Jun Xie and bring Ning Jing's token to negotiate with Tang Li. When the time came, no matter what the middleman offered, Tang Li would agree to it. Outside the door, Mu Linger couldn't help but shout angrily, "This old man deserves to die." Ning Jing also said coldly, "He deserves to die more than that." Uncle Cheng's plan was very good, but unfortunately, he didn't know that Han Yunshi had already seen through him. On the first day that Mu Linger and Ning Jing disappeared, Han Yunshi had already suspected him and Deacon Jean. When Ning Qing and Jun Xie's cooperation was made public, Han Yunshi was very sure that Mu Linger and Ning Jing were in Tianhe City. At this time, Han Yunshi and the others were on their way back to the three-way black market. They had already sent the news to Tang Li, and Tang Li was also on his way to the three-way black market to meet up with them. Ning Qing glanced at Uncle Qing but still didn't say anything. Jun Xie assumed that what Uncle Qing said was Ning Qing's idea. Good, we can keep calm and wait. Jun Xie was in an extremely good mood. Cooperating with Ning Qing was already a great thing. Now that there were two more important hostages in the army, his chances of success increased. Now, as long as the 30,000 war horses were in the hands of the Ning clan army, he would be able to take action. Men, clear out 2 tents and properly entertain the guests. Jun Yixia loudly ordered. Uncle Cheng and Deacon Jean were asked to leave. Mu Linger and Ning Jing were also brought down from the carriage and sent to the tents. In the camp, only Jun Yixia and Ning Cheng were left. Ning Cheng, how long will it take for the 30,000 war horses to get into the hands of the Ning clan army? Jun Yixia asked. Ning Cheng had always been leading troops on Tianning's northern borders. Most of the troops under his command were cavalrymen, so he was always in need of war horses. Thus, the 30,000 war horses would be like adding wings to a tiger. It shouldn't take too long to get used to them. Jun Yixia needed Ning Cheng to promise him a certain amount of time. 3 months. Ning Cheng was intentionally stalling for time, even though he only needed a month. As long as the 30,000 war horses and cavalrymen couldn't get used to each other, they wouldn't start fighting. As long as they didn't start fighting, he could do his best to reduce Han Yunxi's troubles. If he could cheat Jun Yixia a little more, he would do so. At the same time, he was also preparing for the worst. No matter when the silver drafts would flow into Myriad Merchant Hall, he was planning to wait until the 30,000 war horses were in the hands of the Ning clan army. Then he would find a chance to take Jun Yixia down with him. He would never give Jun Yixia any military pay or provisions. He wouldn't give him a single copper coin. Rather than being tortured by Jun Yixia and used as a hostage to threaten the D clan, he'd rather die a quick death. In some ways, Su Xiaoyu was very similar to him. That was why he couldn't help but dote on Su Xiaoyu when he saw her that day. He understood Su Xiaoyu's stubbornness and decisiveness. Ning Cheng had made all his plans, but he never expected Uncle Cheng to bring Ning Jing and Mu Ling with him. If he and Jun Yixia turned against each other, what would happen to Ning Jing and Mu Ling then? Chapter 983. Ning Cheng knew very well that once he fell out with Jun Yixia, Ning Jing and Mu Linger would definitely become Jun Yixia's hostages. Ning Jing could sacrifice herself for the D clan and Western Qin just like him, but what about Mu Linger? Mu Linger had nothing to do with the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin. Mu Linger was innocent. Mu Linger was also Han Yunxi's cousin. Ning Cheng couldn't imagine how much Han Yunxi would hate him and the D clan if he couldn't protect Mu Linger. Thinking of this, even though he was distressed, he could still smile bitterly. He unconsciously stroked the phoenix feather mask on his face and thought, wasn't Han Yunxi's hatred for him enough? Was this not enough? 3 months? Haha, Ning Cheng, are you kidding me? Jun Yixia's question interrupted Ning Cheng's thoughts. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. In the past year, the Ning family army has suffered heavy losses and lost more than half of its cavalry. It'll take at least 3 months for them to train again. Ning Cheng said seriously, I fight battles that I have no confidence in. If you can't wait, I'm sorry, but the Ning family army can't cooperate with you. A complicated look flitted across Jun Yixia's eyes. He believed Ning Cheng's words. In the past few battles, the Ning family army had indeed suffered heavy losses. Otherwise, the Ning family army wouldn't be afraid of Long Fei Ye's army today. 3 months, 3 months. Jun Yixia muttered to himself and tapped his fingers lightly. He pondered for a long time, then suddenly stood up and asked seriously, Ning Cheng, with the Ning family army's current strength, how long can they resist Long Fei Yi? What do you want to do? Ning Cheng asked. Jun Yixia sneered. Once your military pay arrives, this prince will definitely take the heads of the Northern Dynasty's emperors within 3 months. Ning Cheng understood everything. Jun Yixia planned to rebel in 3 months and take over northernly. Therefore, he needed to ensure that the south was safe. In other words, Jun Yixia's real military strength and influence in northern Li were not as strong as he had boasted. If the Ning family army couldn't hold off the Long Fei Yi within 3 months, Jun Yixia wouldn't be able to deal with the Northern Dynasty's emperors with all his might, and he wouldn't have an absolute chance of winning. Ning Cheng's eyes flashed. He had finally found the best opportunity to trick Jun Yixie. Originally, he didn't want the Ning family army to go to war with the East Qin army, but it looked like he'd have to adjust his plans now. Perhaps he could even buy some time for Ning Jing and the rest. It'll be the 15th of the 10th month in 3 days, right? Ning Qing pretended to think for a while before he spoke again, his face serious. The Ning family army has an absolute advantage in winter battles. Long Feiyi has 2 armies under his command. One is the Southern Army, while the other is the Bailey Army. Neither of them are familiar with winter battles. Hearing this, Jun Yixie rejoiced. No matter what, your Ning family army will be able to last through this winter. Definitely. Ning Qing laughed. After this winter, the 30,000 cavalrymen will be able to enter the battlefield next spring, hee. Jun Yixie rejoiced and patted Ning Qing on the shoulder. Brother, after this winter, Cloud Realm Continent will be ours next spring. By now, Ning Qing was used to Jun Yixie's constant probing. He avoided Jun Yixie's hand and said coldly, "When the time comes, just leave Han Yunxi to me. There's no need to waste words on anything else." Ning Qing's words made Jun Yixie's heart fill with sweetness. Ning Qing wasn't interested in fighting for the world with him, which was something he rejoiced over. With Ning Qing's guarantee, Jun Yixie kept Ning Qing around to discuss the details of their cooperation. In order to win Jun Yixie's complete trust, Ning Qing gave him plenty of practical suggestions. It wasn't until late at night that Ning Qing finally left the main tent and returned to his own. He should have gone to see Uncle Qing and Deacon Jean, as well as Ning Jing. But he didn't. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, his every move was very cautious and careful. Jun Yixie seemed to trust him a lot, but he was always on guard. If he made one wrong move, all his previous efforts would be for naught. Ning Qing could only hope that Uncle Qing and Ning Jing would be on the same page, so that Jun Yixie wouldn't be suspicious. At this very moment, Ning Jing was in Uncle Qing's tent. Ning Jing sat high above and sneered coldly, "Old Qing, how dare you? You acted first and reported later. You even dared to rob me." "Miss Jing, Han Yunxi is so brazenly seducing Long Feiyi. Why should the D clan still be loyal to him? Master Ning can rule the world. Why should he forever be at the feet of a woman?" Uncle Qing said righteously, "Miss Jing, you definitely don't know, but Tang Li has already offered a bounty and is willing to exchange the secret recipe of the Tang sect's hidden weapons for you. Tang Li has you in his heart. As long as you remain calm, you will definitely be able to take down the Tang sect. Miss Jing, you are now the biggest bargaining chip for Master Ning and Jun Yixie's cooperation. Why are you still so calculative?" Ning Jing was shocked. She didn't expect Tang Li to be so impulsive. She angrily rebuked Uncle Qing. "Do Ning Qing and I have to thank you? This subordinate doesn't dare." Uncle Qing quickly lowered his head. Ning Jing didn't want to waste time with him. She questioned, "Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi went to 100 Poison Sect? Is there a result?" This was the thing she was most concerned about. Uncle Qing sneered. "Miss Jing, don't tell me you still haven't seen it? Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi have long been connected. You guys worked together to kill Bai Yanqing and panicked, claiming that the grudge between the Eastern and Western Qin was just a misunderstanding. Before Jun Yixie's warhorse even left Sky River City, the entire D clan had already wanted to instigate a rebellion." Ning Jing's heart pounded wildly. She asked, "What makes you think they're lying? If they weren't guilty, why would they kill Bai Yanqing? Miss Jing, you might not know this, but at that time, people from all walks of life were gathered outside 100 Poison Sect. Representatives from both the Eastern and Western Qin camps were there. But no one saw Bai Yanqing," Uncle Qing answered. Ning Jing didn't say anything else. She didn't want to waste any more words with Uncle Qing. She got up and strode away. She wanted to see Ning Qing. No matter what she saw or heard, Unless Ning Qing personally told her that he was going to betray the Western Qin imperial family, she wouldn't believe it. The moment Ning Jing arrived outside Ning Cheng's tent, Uncle Cheng also caught up to her. The guards naturally let her in. When Ning Jing and Uncle Cheng entered, they realized that there were 3 guards inside Ning Cheng's tent. They weren't slow people and immediately realized that Jun Yixie was keeping a close eye on Ning Qing. It was also at this time that the two of them realized a problem that they had neglected for a long time. Jun Yixie's warhorse had already left Tianhe City. Even if Ning Qing and Jun Yixie had a lot of cooperation details to discuss, they should be done by now. Ning Qing should have gone back long ago. Why was he still under Jun Yixie's surveillance? Could it be that Jun Yixie had something on Ning Qing that he couldn't leave? Ning Qing personally lit 2 oil lamps. With a glance, he warned Ning Jing and Uncle Cheng to be careful with their words. "Sit down," Ning Qing said as he walked towards the tea table. Ning Jing followed him and sat down. Uncle Cheng stood at the side. Ning Qing didn't say anything. Ning Jing and Uncle Cheng didn't know the situation, so they didn't dare to speak casually. "Hee, Uncle Cheng, sit down. You've done a great service this time," Ning Qing said. Uncle Cheng finally realized that he had made a big mistake. If Ning Qing was under Jun Yixie's control and couldn't leave this damned place, then he would be causing trouble for Ning Qing by bringing Ning Jing and Mu Ling here. Whether Ning Qing and Jun Yixie were really cooperating or not, Ning Jing and Mu Ling wouldn't be Ning Qing's bargaining chip. Instead, they would be his stumbling block. Uncle Cheng's face turned completely pale. This subordinate doesn't dare. Ning Qing didn't ask him to sit down again. Instead, he said to Ning Jing, "Jing, Big Brother believes that you can take down Tang Li. You really didn't disappoint Big Brother." As he said this, he looked meaningfully at Ning Jing and continued, "Do you believe that Big Brother will definitely take down Han Yunxi?" Ning Jing almost cried. She understood what Ning Qing meant. Ning Qing asked her again if she believed that he wouldn't betray Han Yunxi and the Western Qin royal family. "I believe. Big Brother, no matter what, I believe in you." She deliberately paused for a moment before continuing, "I believe that you can take down Han Yunxi. You definitely can." The soldiers nearby stopped and listened to their conversation. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. "It's good that you believe. Stay here." Ning Qing knew that Ning Jing understood. Uncle Cheng also understood. He was too disappointed. Master Ning was simply foolishly loyal. It wasn't convenient to talk here. No matter what, he had to find an opportunity to persuade Master Ning. Ning Qing and Ning Jing talked about some irrelevant things before Ning Jing took her leave. Ning Jing pondered about how to find an opportunity to meet Ning Qing alone and understand the situation here clearly. Ning Qing was also thinking of ways to find an opportunity to clear up the misunderstanding between Eastern and Western Qin with Ning Jing, Uncle Cheng, and even Mu Ling. He wanted to clarify Jun Yixie's identity and his partnership with Jun Yixie. Ning Jing returned to the tent and told Mu Ling everything she knew. Mu Ling was very surprised. "Ning Jing, if my sister knew about your brother's loyalty, she would definitely find a way to save him," Mu Ling said seriously. "The news here can't be sent out. Han Yunxi must have guessed that we are here. She will hate my brother to death." Ning Jing was very upset. Don't worry. Be careful of the baby," Mu Ling hurriedly persuaded. At this juncture, Ning Jing's belly couldn't be harmed again. Once something happened, her pregnancy couldn't be concealed. At that time, Jun Yixie wouldn't let her go. "Ning Jing, don't worry. Let's wait for 2 more days. Maybe your brother already has a way to deal with Jun Yixie. Let's find an opportunity to ask him clearly first." Mu Ling persuaded again. Who knew that for 3 days, neither of them could find an opportunity. Jun Yixie personally came to see Mu Ling and Ning Jing. Mu Ling ignored him, but Ning Jing calmly cooperated with Uncle Cheng to put on a show. On the fourth night, someone brought Ning Qing an opportunity. This person was none other than Bai Yuqiao. At night, Bai Yuqiao withdrew all the soldiers and arranged for her own people to stand guard outside the camp. Ning Qing, I beg you for a favor, Bai Yuqiao said and immediately knelt down. Ning Qing didn't expect this, but he still looked high and mighty. Cold and disdainful looked at Bai Yuqiao. I can't accept such a big gift. What is it? Say it first. Chapter 984. What kind of important matter could make the always arrogant and conceited Bai Yuqiao kneel down to Ning Qing? Ning Qing waited for Bai Yuqiao to reply, but Bai Yuqiao said, Ning Qing, as long as you promise me, I'll buy you whatever wine you want. As if feeling that his conditions were not enough, Bai Yuqiao quickly added, anything else is fine too. As long as you help me. Would she do something like murdering Jun Yixie? Ning Qing would not believe Bai Yuqiao so easily. He said impatiently, if you're not going to say what it is, get out. I want to rest. Bai Yuqiao became anxious and lowered his voice. Help me save someone. Ning Qing could not help but laugh. Miss Bai, aren't you overestimating me? In the army, he was always under the control of others. He even had to be careful with his words. How could he save someone that even Bai Yuqiao could not? Bai Yuqiao could not sleep in the middle of the night, so he came to make fun of him? Ning Qing pointed to the door, telling Bai Yuqiao to scram. Bai Yuqiao quickly got up and lowered his voice. Help me save Su Xiaoyu. As long as you can save her and leave northernly, I'll promise you anything. Ning Qing, I'm not joking with you. A complicated look flashed past Ning Qing's eyes. He really did not expect it to be Su Xiaoyu. If it was to save Su Xiaoyu, Bai Yuqiao really could not save her. Now, in Jun Yixie's eyes, Su Xiaoyu was equivalent to the perplexing butterfly illusion. Previously, Jun Yixie did not ask much, but these 2 days, he would personally visit Su Xiaoyu every 2 days and even interrogate her personally. Hee, you're not related to that girl. Why did you save her? Ning Qing raised his eyebrows and looked towards Bai Yuqiao as he questioned, Miss Bai, are you betraying your senior brother? In the past few days, Bai Yuqiao had tried his best, but he couldn't find a foolproof solution. He couldn't guarantee Su Xiaoyu's safety, so he came to Ning Qing for help. For the sake of her younger sister, she had no choice but to betray her senior brother. Although she had liked senior brother since she was young, it had always been one-sided. As rational as she was, it was absolutely impossible for her to sacrifice her own sister for a one-sided love. Besides, her younger sister had suffered enough because of her. She must make it up to her younger sister. Otherwise, she would not be able to atone for her sins even if she died. Bai Yuqiao didn't say anything. Ning Qing asked seriously, Why should I believe you? Bai Yuqiao lowered her head as she clenched her teeth, seemingly hesitating. Ning Qing waited for a long time but didn't get an answer. He somehow felt that something was wrong with Bai Yuqiao, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It was already so late and he didn't want to get entangled with Bai Yuqiao. If this lass really had something to ask of him, she would definitely come back again. Ning Qing didn't chase him away as he turned around to leave. Bai Yuqiao finally spoke the truth. Ning Qing, I beg you to save my younger sister. Su Xiaoyu is my younger sister. That day, I realized that she has half a jade rui tattoo on her back, which is a pair with the one on my back. She must be my long-lost sister. Ning Qing turned back in disbelief. Whoever knew that Bai Yuqiao actually turned around and took off his clothes, revealing his bare back. Ning Qing abruptly opened his eyes as he angrily said, Put on your clothes. Ning Qing, if you don't believe me, I can see it with my own eyes. Su Xiaoyu and I have a pair of tattoos on our backs. I've already arranged everything. I can take you to see Su Xiaoyu's tattoo now. Bai Yuqiao said seriously. Although Ning Qing didn't want to see it, he still caught a glimpse of Bai Yuqiao's large tattoo when he turned around. He didn't see the shape clearly, but he knew it was there. Bai Yuqiao's matter might really be true. How do you want me to save her? Ning Qing asked. Bai Yuqiao hastily put on his clothes and came forward. Help me think of a way to send Jun Yixie away for 2 days. As long as he leaves Sky River City for 2 days, I have my own ways to take her away. Bai Yuqiao could take Su Xiaoyu away tonight, but she was very clear that even if she left Sky River City, she wouldn't be able to escape Jun Yixie's sphere of influence. Once Jun Yixie found out about Su Xiaoyu's origins, the two sisters would be finished. She didn't dare to take the risk. Ning Qing could easily send Jun Yixie away for 2 days. All he needed to do was give Jun Yixie a few handwritten lists and have him go to the neighboring county to exchange for silver notes at Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's private bank. Then Jun Yixie would leave immediately. Of course, Ning Qing wouldn't waste this golden opportunity so easily. He still had many things he needed Bai Yuqiao for. He said cautiously, "Find Ning Jing and have her see the tattoo clearly. I only trust Ning Jing." "All right, I'll do it right away," Bai Yuqiao rejoiced. Many things were much more convenient in the dead of night. Bai Yuqiao immediately went to find Ning Jing. Ning Jing was just as cautious as Ning Qing. She followed Su Xiaoyu to Ning Cheng's tent to make sure Bai Yuqiao wasn't tricking her before following Bai Yuqiao to the prison cells. Bai Yuqiao had the female doctor use an excuse to administer acupuncture, while she and Ning Qing hid in the shadows to watch. Su Xiaoyu was still half asleep. The female doctor had been coming to administer acupuncture and medicine to her frequently these days. Moreover, her 3 meals a day had improved greatly. She had no idea that Bai Yuqiao was behind all of this, but assumed that Ning Qing had helped her. Ning Jing watched carefully before carefully examining the tattoo on Bai Yuqiao's back. She discovered that the 2 tattoos matched each other perfectly. Moreover, they both had traces of deformation, indicating that they hadn't been added recently. Ning Jing sighed in her heart. She never expected something like this to happen. It had come too suddenly, but it was just in time for them. With Su Xiaoyu's weakness in their hands, she believed that Ning Qing would be able to make good use of Bai Yuqiao. Bai Yuqiao and Ning Jing returned to Ning Cheng's tent. Ning Jing didn't explain anything. She just nodded at Ning Qing, and Ning Qing understood what had happened. Like Ning Jing, he felt both incredulous and fortunate at the same time. Bai Yuqiao was about to speak, but he said, "Jun Yixie won't be able to leave the military camp in the near future. This matter needs to be considered at length." "How long will it take?" Bai Yuqiao asked quickly. "That's hard to say. Perhaps I'll consider it before discussing with you," Ning Qing said. Tonight, she was able to make Ning Qing believe in this matter and agree to help her. Bai Yuqiao was already satisfied. She was about to leave when Ning Qing called out, "Miss Bai, shouldn't you cure the poison in this family head's body, to show your sincerity in cooperating?" When he said that, Ning Jing was shocked. She had been trying to figure out what could be used against Ning Qing, that Jun Yixie had to stay in the military camp. She didn't expect it to be poison. Bai Yuqiao looked awkward. "Ning Qing, I won't hide it from you. The antidote that you take daily is both an antidote and a slow-acting poison. So I don't know what kind of poison you're suffering from. The antidote is in my senior brother's hands." "You..." Ning Jing couldn't take it anymore, but Ning Qing stopped her. He gave a cold smile. "All right, I believe you. Wait outside the door for a moment. I'll have a word with Ning Jing before you send her back." Bai Yuqiao didn't dare to reject Ning Qing as she nodded. "You guys take your time, I'll wait." Ning Jing didn't expect that she would have the chance to speak to Ning Qing alone so soon. The moment Bai Yuqiao stepped out of the door, she immediately asked in a low voice, "Brother, is it safe here?" "It's considered safe now." Ning Cheng's voice was also very low. "Brother, what's the matter with your poison? Can Han Yunshi cure it?" Ning Jing asked anxiously. Han Yunshi could definitely cure it, but was she willing to? "She won't die." Ning Qing lowered his voice. Ning Jing, the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin was a misunderstanding. It was the Wind and Black clans who instigated it. Ning Jing knew that Ning Qing had a lot to say to her, but she never expected this to be the first thing he said. This was something she never dared to imagine. She never dared to imagine that such words would come out of Ning Qing's mouth. Enmity between his country and his family had always been his obsession. Revenge and restoring his country had always been his goal. But now he was denying everything with his own mouth. "Brother, how did you know?" Ning Jing asked. Jun Yixie said that he's not a descendant of the Wind clan, but of the Black clan. He was tricked by Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing only wants to sow discord between Eastern and Western Qin. He wants Cloud Realm continent, Ning Qing continued. Ning Jing was even more shocked. The Black clan that had been missing for so long was actually Jun Yixie. Who knew what Han Yunxi would think if she heard the news? Ning Jing didn't have time to think, and Ning Qing didn't waste any time either. Although Bai Yuqiao was helping them keep watch, Bai Yuqiao wouldn't be able to do so for long. If they stayed too long, Jun Yixie would be suspicious if the soldiers on night patrol saw them. "I wrote this in secret on a silver note and sent it out. I'm afraid the note hasn't reached Myriad Merchant Hall yet. Once the 30,000 horses reach the Ning clan troops, I'll have to give Jun Yixie 500 million in military pay and provisions. Jun Yixie will definitely attack Northern Li's capital within 10 days. Ning Jing didn't dare to make a sound, but listened quietly. Ning Qing continued. "It'll take 20 days for the 30,000 horses to reach the Ning clan troops, so we only have a month's time." "Brother, you're thinking of..." Ning Jing couldn't help but interrupt. "You and Mu Ling must leave before the horses arrive." "You only have 20 days, Ning Qing said seriously. "Then what about you?" Ning Jing grew anxious. Ning Qing laughed coldly. "Naturally, I'll accompany Jun Yixie to the north." Ning Qing hadn't planned to give Jun Yixie any military pay and provisions, but if Jun Yixie attacked the north as soon as he got his pay and provisions, he didn't mind giving him some and letting him continue to be arrogant. Within this month, Myriad Merchant Hall will definitely receive the banknote. They'll do their best to cooperate with the princess. Ning Qing was very confident. He'd written 2 sentences in the secret text in the banknote. The first was the truth about Eastern and Western Qin and Jun Yixie's identity. The second was for the D clan to obey Han Yunxi's orders unconditionally, and to see Han Yunxi was the same as seeing him. As long as Jun Yixie attacked, the D clan and East Qin's army would join hands and wait to reap the benefits. Ning Qing hadn't given the order, so no one in the D clan would dare to attack. Therefore, Ning Qing wasn't worried about the D clan. His only worry now was that news of him colluding with Jun Yixie would spread. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi would attack the D clan first. In that case, they would have internal friction. Moreover, when Myriad Merchant Hall received the banknotes, the misunderstanding would be resolved, and both sides would stop fighting. Jun Yixie would inevitably be suspicious. If he could quickly tell Han Yunxi and the others the truth now, the D clan and Great Qin's army would be able to maintain a stalemate. First, there wouldn't be internal friction, and second, Jun Yixie's side would be able to justify it. Long Fei Yi is preparing his army for war because he's afraid of the 30,000 warhorses, but he doesn't dare to rashly attack. Such an explanation was reasonable, and Jun Yixie would definitely believe it. After Ning Jing understood everything, she had mixed feelings. She said, "Brother, there's something I lied to you." Chapter 985. Ning Jing had lied to him? Ning Qing stared deeply at Ning Jing and said, "Tang Li?" Uncle Qing might have forgotten what had happened at Myriad Merchant Hall, but Ning Qing had always kept it in mind. When Ning Jing had brought Tang Li to Myriad Merchant Hall's casino, she had even worn a mask to hide her identity. What had she done there? She had always told him that she had not captured Tang Li. However, the moment she had gone missing, Tang Li had offered the Tang sect's secret formula for making hidden weapons as a reward. Tang Li clearly cared about her. Actually, Ning Jing knew very well that if Ning Qing had not been kidnapped at Black Tower, perhaps she and Tang Li would still be trapped at Myriad Merchant Hall. Or perhaps Ning Qing would have detained Tang Li to threaten the Tang sect. Ning Qing had already suspected her when they were at Myriad Merchant Hall. Big brother, I didn't know it was Tang Li. Ning Qing lowered his head. Big brother, although revealing this matter now would not cause too much harm to the D clan and Ning Qing, Ning Jing still found it difficult to say it. Ning Cheng's voice was very cold. He did not have time to let Ning Jing hesitate here. Big brother, I lied to you about something. The Tang sect is actually... Ning Jing steeled her heart and said, the Tang sect is actually Long Fei Ye's power. Tang Li is Long Fei Ye's cousin and also his subordinate. Ning Cheng was stunned when he heard this. After a while, he chuckled coldly. Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi. He had racked his brains and sacrificed his most capable subordinates, his closest little sister's happiness, to rope in the Tang sect and get their hidden weapons. But in the end it was all a joke. A joke that Long Fei Yi had been watching the entire time. The Tang sect was Long Fei Ye's power? So the marriage wasn't the D clan's fault for marrying Ning Jing into the Tang clan with ulterior motives, but Long Fei's fault for making Tang Li marry Ning Jing with ulterior motives. If Ning Jing had failed to capture Tang Li and been taken by Tang Li instead, then what kind of losses would Cloud Realm Trade Consortium have? Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Ning Qing immediately recalled Ning Jing's dowry. The arms trade. Finally, the truth. When did you find out? Ning Qing asked angrily. Who would be able to speak nicely when they found out that they had been played for a fool? I found out when we were in Medical City, Ning Jing replied honestly. Why didn't you say anything? Why did you bring Tang Li to the gambling house? Ning Qing asked next. Ning Jing fell silent for a long time before she murmured, Big brother, I like Tang Li. She didn't know how to explain herself. Many things could be explained, but feelings were the only thing that couldn't be explained. No one could be absolutely rational when it came to feelings. In the end, Ning Jing gently stroked her belly hidden beneath her loose robes and said, The child is almost 5 months old. I wanted to take him away, but now... Ning Jing knew she shouldn't be asking Ning Qing this question now, but she couldn't wait to ask. Only then could her guilty heart be relieved. She said, Big brother, if we can leave this place alive, can I go back to the Tang clan? Since the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin was just a misunderstanding, then there was nothing between her and Tang Li anymore. She missed her days at the Tang clan. She really wanted to see Tang Li before her child was born. Ning Qing looked at her for a long time before he suddenly broke into a wry smile. Ning Jing didn't know what he was laughing about, but she felt uneasy. No matter what, she had betrayed the D clan. But Ning Qing only said, It's enough for you and me to know about this. If we can leave this place alive, don't forget to send me an invitation to my nephew's 1-month-old birthday party. Ning Jing was so moved that she almost threw herself at Ning Qing, but she didn't dare. She nodded repeatedly. Big brother, we will definitely leave this place alive. Big brother, Han Yunxi didn't mean to hurt you. She gave that needle to Bai Yanqing. She told me herself that the poison needle was a misunderstanding. Big brother, after you went missing, Han Yunxi helped Myriad Merchant Hall a lot. Ning Jing then told Ning Qing everything that Han Yunxi had done at Myriad Merchant Hall. Ning Qing listened quietly, his hand caressing his phoenix feather mask. Big brother, we not only have to guard against Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi attacking the D clan first, but we also have to guard against Han Yunxi cutting off the D clan's source of income. Once Myriad Merchant Hall's source of income is cut off, you might not even be able to give Jun Yixie the money you promised. Ning Jing grew anxious. Big brother, we have to find a way to contact Han Yunxi as soon as possible. Ning Cheng's face turned pale as he listened. He muttered to himself, East Origin Hall, Kangon Bank. His reaction was even more shocking and despairing than when Gu found out that Kangon Bank was Long Fei Ye's property. After all, the few gold cards he had, including a limitless gold card, all came from Kangon Bank. Actually, there was no need for Han Yunxi to cut off Myriad Merchant Hall's source of income. Long Fei might have sealed off his gold cards long ago, leaving him with no soldier's pay and provisions to give Jun Yixie. If he didn't give Jun Yixie any military pay, Jun Yixie wouldn't be able to deal with the Northern Dynasty's emperors. Then Northern Li would remain in a stalemate between the North and the South. Thus, unless the Northern Dynasty's emperors and Jun Yixie joined forces, Long Fei Yi wouldn't have to worry about any changes in Northern Li that could threaten the South. Moreover, the D clan's current wealth could only support them for a year or so. If they supported Jun Yixie as well, they could only last for half a year at most. Even if the D clan and Jun Yixie joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat Long Fei Yi even if they didn't have to worry about the Northern Dynasty's emperors attacking the South. Ning Qing finally realized a fact he'd never considered before. The truth was that Long Fei Yi was Cloud Realm Continent's richest man. No matter how Cloud Realm Continent changed, it couldn't escape the palm of his hand. If Myriad Merchant Hall hadn't been embroiled in that crisis, they might have been able to hold out a little longer. The D clan might have been able to seize some of the initiative as well. What's the relationship between Golden Wing Hall and Long Fei Yi? Ning Qing asked coldly. The Golden Wing Palace was directly responsible for the fact that the D clan had fallen into the hands of others. Ning Jing shook her head. She only knew that East Origin Hall belonged to Long Fei Yi. She'd asked Han Yunxi about Golden Wing Hall's origins, but Han Yunxi had been puzzled as well. She'd even sent people to investigate. Ning Jing hadn't slept a wink when she learned so much from Han Yunxi. Moreover, what about Ning Qing, the head of the D clan and head of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium? This kind of feeling was as if his pride had suddenly been trampled under someone's foot. It would hurt, it would hurt. It felt like he'd suddenly discovered that his opponent was many times stronger than he'd imagined. He was so strong that he had no chance of turning the tables. He wasn't willing, but there was nothing he could do. No matter what, even if the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin was just a misunderstanding, Ning Jing knew that Ning Qing would feel terrible. Han Yunxi, that woman, she made the right choice again. Ning Qing smiled as he looked away into the darkness of the tent. Ning Jing couldn't see his expression clearly, but it was dark and gloomy. Ning Qing didn't look back at all. "Let's go back," he said simply. "I know. Wait for my news." Time was tight. As long as Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi made a move, he'd be in a lot of trouble and danger, whether it was sending troops or cutting off Myriad Merchant Hall's source of income. Thus, he couldn't pin his hopes on those silver drafts anymore. He had to send the secret missive out as soon as possible and deliver it straight to Han Yunxi's hands. "Big brother, Mu Ling Er's taken care of my pregnancy for me," Ning Jing reminded him before she left. Ning Qing nodded in understanding and waved her out. Ning Jing watched his lonely back and couldn't bear to see him leave. She stood there for a while before saying, "Big brother, get out." Ning Cheng's voice was very cold. Ning Jing had no choice but to leave. Bai Yuqiao stood by the door. Although she was curious as to what the siblings had been talking about for so long, she didn't dare to ask too many questions. She was afraid that Ning Qing would be on guard against her and refuse to help her if she did. When Ning Jing returned to the tent, Ning Cheng's lonely back appeared in her mind again and again. She tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Mu Ling on the other hand, slept very soundly. Mu Ling didn't know when she left and Mu Ling still didn't know when she returned. Ning Jing sat up. With her big belly, she couldn't sleep as comfortably as before. In private, her movements were very careful. She looked at Mu Ling clean and pure smile and felt very envious. Who said that Gu was heartless? This girl was the real heartless one. She could still sleep like this in such a situation. Ning Jing couldn't sleep and finally woke Mu Ling up. Mu Ling shot up from the bed. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Ning Jing, who had been sulking, suddenly laughed. It's nothing. I can't sleep. Can you talk to me? Mu Ling patted her chest and let out a long sigh. You scared me to death. It's the middle of the night. Ning Jing, can you not scare me? I just went to see my brother. Ning Jing recounted the incident in detail. Mu Ling was stunned as she listened. Su Xiaoyu has an older sister? Does she know? Ning Jing shook her head. Wouldn't it be bad if she knew? It's better if she doesn't know. Mu Ling nodded and muttered to herself, that's true. If she knew that the person torturing her was her own sister, based on her personality, she would definitely not admit it. As Mu Ling spoke, she suddenly grabbed Ning Jing's hand. So, we're going to be saved soon? Let Bai Yuqiao send a letter to my sister. Let my sister and brother-in-law come and save us. Then I'll be able to see Qi brother. Yes, Ning Qing will think of a way. Don't worry. As Ning Jing spoke, she thought of something. I'll tell you a piece of good news. Do you want to hear it? Hurry up and say it. Mu Ling was very excited. However, when Ning Jing said it, Mu Ling was so excited that she almost went crazy. Ning Jing said, on the way back, Bai Yuqiao said that Gu put a bounty on Medicine Ghost Valley and is looking for you everywhere. Mu Ling shrieked. She lifted the covers and jumped barefoot onto the ground, scurrying left and right. She was just short of running out of the tent in a frenzy. She screamed non-stop. Ning Jing covered her ears. What's going on? Ladies, what's wrong? Say something. The soldiers did not dare to barge in and shouted outside the camp commander's tent. Ning Jing had no choice but to grab Mu Ling and forcefully cover her mouth. It's nothing. Mu Ling just had a nightmare. It's nothing. After saying this, Mu Ling pulled Ning Jing's hand and continued. Chapter 986. Mu Ling grabbed Ning Jing and kept screaming. She didn't care what time it was or where she was. She just wanted to scream and go crazy. She wanted to announce to the world that Qi brother cared about her and that Qi brother had her in his heart. Ning Jing, you're the happiest person in the world. Mu Ling hugged Ning Jing's arms. She was so happy that she couldn't calm down. Ning Jing, don't you agree? Don't you agree? Yes. How could Ning Jing say no? At this time, even if she said no, Mu Ling wouldn't listen. Ning Jing, I'm as happy as you are. You're also the happiest person in the world. Mu Ling laughed. Ning Jing felt helpless at first. However, she didn't know why, but when she heard Mu Ling's excited voice, she was infected. Yes, the happiest thing in the world was when the person you loved also loved you. Ning Jing, we must leave this place alive. We must. Mu Ling said seriously. We will. Ning Jing said firmly. Ning Jing, do you think Qi brother will hug me if he finds me? Hug me tightly? Mu Ling asked seriously. Yes. Ning Jing didn't know if he would. She wasn't familiar with Gu and couldn't see through him. She only felt that Mu Ling was silly. However, only silly people could be truly happy, right? Mu Ling thought for a while and asked shyly, Ning Jing, do you think Qi brother will kiss me? Ning Jing almost laughed out loud. She held it in and nodded. I think so. Regardless of whether Mu Ling would be disappointed in the future, at least, she was happy now. At least, she was once happy. Just like that, Mu Ling kept asking Ning Jing silly questions, and Ning Jing gave her affirmation. Ning Jing couldn't fall asleep at first. She wanted to talk to Mu Ling about Tangli, but she ended up talking about Gu the whole night. Could this be considered a secret conversation between sisters? When it was almost dawn, the two of them fell asleep while giggling sweetly. How great would it be if she could always be this happy? Ning Qing didn't sleep the entire night. Even now, his eyes were still open and he wasn't sleepy at all. Bai Yuqiao took advantage of the time when Jun Yixie was in the military training ground to look for Ning Qing. Ning Qing, do you have any plans? Bai Yuqiao asked. What plans do you want me to have in one night? Ning Qing asked back. Even though he was more anxious than Bai Yuqiao, he still maintained his composure. Bai Yuqiao knew that she was being too hasty, but she couldn't help but be anxious. Jun Yixie had already interrogated Su Xiaoyu once. If he went a second time, it was hard to guarantee that he would torture her. Su Xiaoyu's body was so weak, and she had only recovered a little in the past few days. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen if she was tortured again. Ning Qing, help me think of a way. Take it that I'm begging you. Bai Yuqiao hesitated for a moment and simply said, Ning Qing, you and my senior brother are just working together to achieve your own goals. What do you want? Just say it. Ning Qing had been waiting for Bai Yuqiao to say this, but he didn't expect her to be so anxious. Bai Yuqiao's words proved that Su Xiaoyu's position in her heart was higher than Jun Yixie's. In this way, it would be easier for him to state his conditions. Help me send a letter to Kangon Bank first. Once it's done, I'll tell you the fastest way to save her, Ning Qing said in a low voice. All right. Bai Yuqiao agreed. She never thought that Kangon Bank was one of Long Fei Ye's businesses. She had heard of the cooperation between Kangon Bank and Myriad Merchant Hall and thought that Ning Qing was probably trying to raise money. Ning Qing immediately went to write the secret letter. Bai Yuqiao was very sensible and didn't follow him to read it. After Ning Qing finished writing the secret letter, he sealed it and wrote a line of words on the seal. In this way, as long as the letter was opened and resealed, the line of words would not be neat. Deliver the letter and bring back the reply sealed by Manager Luo of Heaven and Earth Bank, Ning Qing requested. All right. Bai Yuqiao agreed as usual. She was about to leave when Ning Qing asked, Bai Yuqiao, aren't you afraid that I'll destroy your senior brother? Bai Yuqiao believed that Ning Qing liked Han Yunxi and also believed that Ning Qing would hand over the world to her senior brother for Han Yunxi. However, she also knew that once Ning Qing had the chance, he would want both the woman and the world. She was Ning Qing's chance. Bai Yuqiao had already thought of all these things when she decided to come to him for help. With her back facing Ning Qing, she didn't turn around and said indifferently, Ning Qing, I only have two conditions. First, rescue Su Xiaoyu within half a month. Second, don't harm my senior brother's life. As for how to rescue him, we'll discuss it in detail when I get Manager Luo's reply. Ning Qing's lips curled into a sneer. All right, I'll wait for you. I'll arrange for someone to deliver it. He wanted to thank Ning Jing for her reminder yesterday. If Ning Jing hadn't mentioned Kangon Bank yesterday, he wouldn't have known where to deliver the secret letter. If it hadn't been for Kangon Bank, based on the two conditions that Bai Yuqiao had just mentioned, she might not have agreed so readily. Before he sent Ning Jing and the others away, he wouldn't help Bai Yuqiao. As for Jun Yixie, he couldn't do it without harming his life. Even if he were to die, he would drag Jun Yixie down with him. After Bai Yuqiao delivered the secret letter to Kangon Bank, he wouldn't have any more worries. Bai Yuqiao wouldn't have any bargaining chips to negotiate with him. That night, Ning Qing found an opportunity to ask Bai Yuqiao to arrange for him to meet Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu was already asleep. He glanced at Su Xiaoyu from afar, then turned to leave. Little girl, I'm going to have to trouble you. You have to be strong and hold on. Ning Cheng's banknotes were currently changing hands in the company. Ning Cheng's secret letter had been sent by Bai Yuqiao to the only Kangon Bank branch in Northern Li. As for Han Yunxi, they were on their way to the three-way black market. At this time in the three-way black market, in the Myriad Merchant Palace, the fifth elder who was loyal to Han Yunxi had already been placed under house arrest. The fifth elder was too honest. Although he was angry after receiving Ning Cheng's letter, he still gave the letter to the great elder and had the great elder announce it to the council of elders. The other 4 elders of the Council of Elders all agreed to give the letter to the army, letting the army prepare to receive the 30,000 battle horses. At the same time, they had to prepare to go to war with East Qin. The 5th elder's strength alone couldn't stop them at all. Although Ning Cheng's letter didn't explicitly say that the D clan was cooperating with Jun Yixie, the 30,000 battle horses heading south made everyone mistakenly think that Ning Cheng was cooperating with Jun Yixie. At this moment, the entire D clan was preparing to go to war. The elders of Myriad Merchant Hall knew that Han Yunshi would cut off their source of income, but they didn't fear it. They were already prepared to sacrifice all of the D clan's businesses and properties to support the army. They were waiting for Ning Cheng's letter and Ning Cheng's orders. Then they could go to war at any time. Now that the situation had escalated, Han Yunshi's group had no time to search for the perplexing butterfly illusion. They hurried on their way until a few nights later, they secretly arrived at the 3-way black market. Meanwhile, Manager Luo of Kangon Bank was waiting for Long Fei Yi at East Origin Hall. To stop the cooperation between Kangon Bank and Myriad Merchant Hall's auction houses, Long Fei Yi only needed to give the order. Manager Luo could show himself in the black market that very night, and the news would spread like wildfire by tomorrow. This would be a blow to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, not just the auction houses, but many other businesses as well. Everyone would fear Kangon Bank, which was why they refused to cooperate with Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. After all, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium was no longer what it used to be. Of course, if news of this reached Jun Yixie's ears, Jun Yixie would immediately question Ning Cheng's wealth. Your Highness, this subordinate has already made the necessary preparations. Myriad Merchant Hall's auction houses are holding a special auction tonight, so the venue is huge, Manager Luo said. Long Fei Yi glanced at Han Yunshi, whose gaze was complicated. She had never planned to make an enemy of the D clan, much less hope that they would treat her as one. She had no idea why things had come to this, either. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that she had no idea why things had come to this between her and Ning Cheng. It wasn't that she wanted to start a war, but that the D clan was itching to make a move. She had cut off Myriad Merchant Hall's source of income not as a show of force, but as a way to tie them down and delay Ning Cheng from starting a war. Han Yunshi had no idea how much effort Ning Cheng had put into Sky River City, much less how much trouble her decision today would bring to Ning Cheng. It might even lead to an irreversible situation. Han Yunshi didn't say a word beyond nodding. Seeing Han Yunshi nod, Long Fei Yi nodded to Manager Luo as well. This subordinate understands. I'll do it immediately. Manager Luo respectfully withdrew. Gu crossed his legs and asked, when will Tang Li arrive? What are you planning to do? Han Yunshi asked. When he arrives, we'll kill our way to Sky River City with him. Gu narrowed his long, narrow eyes. They were devilishly beautiful and ruthless. Poison Girl, you guys fight your battles. Tang Li and I will save our people. Let's see who kills Jun Yixie and Ning Cheng first. Han Yunshi rolled her eyes at him. Go die yourself. Don't drag Tang Li down with you. Jun Yixie's martial arts weren't as good as theirs, but with hostages in hand, there were bound to be all kinds of ambushes. Long Fei Ye's men couldn't even get close to the center of the Sky River barrack. If Gu and Tang Li tried to force their way in, they might end up as hostages again. Besides, Gu couldn't leave now. If Tang Li heard what he said, what if Tang Li was eager to save his wife and rushed in alone? Wouldn't he suffer a great loss? Speaking of Tang Li really came. Tang Li brought a secret letter with a serious expression. Brother, guess what this is? Who is it for? Where did it come from? Long Fei Yi asked. Tang Li held up the secret letter for everyone to see. Everyone immediately saw the signature on the letter, Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng? Where did you get this letter from? Who is this letter for? Han Yunshi asked anxiously. Could it be a blackmail letter sent by Ning Cheng? Ning Jing and Mu Ling were in Ning Cheng's hands. Ning Qing hadn't blackmailed them yet. There was no doubt that he wanted to keep them as a hostage. Unexpectedly, Tang Li said something that shocked everyone even more. He said, "This letter is from Ning Qing to Manager Luo of Kangon Bank. It was sent by Urgent Eagle from the Northernly branch. I bumped into the messenger at the door and brought it in. What is Ning Qing trying to do?" Ning Qing didn't know about the relationship between Kangon Bank and Long Fei Yi. Could it be that Ning Jing and Mu Ling had a slip of the tongue? Or maybe he had a favor to ask of Kangon Bank. That's strange. Long Fei Yi opened the letter quickly. When he saw the contents, his expression changed drastically. He exclaimed, "Quick, go stop Steward Luo." "What's going on?" Gu Beiwei couldn't help but ask. Long Fei Yi didn't have time to answer. He got up and went out personally. Would he be able to stop him in time? Chapter 987. Shopkeeper Luo didn't go to the auction alone. He brought 2 attendants with him. At this moment, he was already sitting in a private room on the 2nd floor of Myriad Merchant Hall's largest auction hall. He was waiting for the auction to end, before everyone dispersed, to reveal his identity and publicly announce the termination of his partnership with Myriad Merchant Hall. From then on, Kangon Bank would no longer accept any loans from the auction hall's guests. Just this one sentence was enough for everyone to make all sorts of guesses. There was no need for further explanation. And the more guesses there were, the more ridiculous they were, and the greater the blow to Myriad Merchant Hall. In the business world, there was no such thing as offering help in a time of need. It was either icing on the cake, or adding insult to injury. Looking at the heated scene below, shopkeeper Luo remained calm and waited patiently. The auction had ended, and everyone was cheering for the winner. Shopkeeper Luo rubbed his hands together, then finally stood up to leave. Unexpectedly, someone pressed down on his shoulder from behind. Shopkeeper Luo was shocked. He turned around and saw his 2 attendants kneeling. The man pressing down on his shoulder was masked. His brows were stern, but he didn't lose his heroic spirit. "Go back." The man left these 2 words, then turned and left, quickly disappearing from sight. Shopkeeper Luo immediately recognized his master's voice. Although he was puzzled, he didn't dare delay and immediately rushed back with his 2 attendants. When Long Fei Yi returned to East Origin Hall, Han Yunxi and the others were all anxiously waiting for him. Since Long Fei had shown up in person, who could possibly catch up to his speed? If Gu Beiwei had recovered his shadow art, then he could. But Gu and Long Fei Yi still hadn't found the medicinal pills. The secret letter had been taken away by Long Fei Yi. They still didn't know what Ning Qing wrote in the letter to shopkeeper Luo, or why Long Fei Yi was in such a hurry to stop shopkeeper Luo. However, since Long Fei Yi had stopped shopkeeper Luo, it meant that the situation in Northernly had taken a turn for the better. The situation wasn't serious enough for Kangon Bank to step in. Seeing that Long Fei Yi had returned, Han Yunxi quickly asked, "Did you stop him?" "Your Highness, what happened in Northernly?" Gu Beiwei asked anxiously. "I did." Long Fei Yi took off his mask and handed the secret letter to Han Yunxi. Gu Beiwei, Gu, and Tang Li all came over. When they read the contents of the secret letter, they were all equally shocked. Other than shock, there was still more shock. Ning Qing had written everything clearly. Jun Yixie's true identity, the truth of the civil war in the Great Qin Empire, his so-called cooperation with Jun Yixie, the military pay that Jun Yixie received and the plan to send troops to Northernly, the kidnapping of Mu Ling and Ning Jing, and the sisterly relationship between Bai Yuqiao and Su Xiaoyu. Everything was explained clearly. Ning Cheng's letter was written to shopkeeper Luo, asking him to pass the message to Long Fei Yi. He also cautiously asked shopkeeper Luo to confirm whether the seal of the letter had been opened a second time before replying. After reading the letter, everyone was shocked and silent. There were too many things, each more unexpected than the last. Everyone needed time to digest it. "Long Fei Yi, this letter hasn't been opened, right?" Han Yunshi quickly asked. No, I just read it. Long Feiyi was very sure. After Han Yunshi said this, she fell silent again. She stared blankly at the secret letter, not knowing what to say. Ning Qing didn't disappoint her. Even if he misunderstood her, he still persisted. Not only did Ning Qing not collude with Jun Yixie, but he also obtained so much truth from Jun Yixie and obtained such a good opportunity. Han Yunshi looked at Long Feiyi and couldn't help but say, we were right. The civil war in the Great Qin Empire was really just a misunderstanding. It was really instigated by the Wind and Black clans. Their suspicions were right. Their actions at 100 Poisons sect were also right. It didn't matter if Bai Yanqing didn't admit it, and it didn't matter if Jun Yixie didn't admit it in front of everyone. Because Ning Qing admitting it was enough. If Ning Qing said this matter, who would suspect him? The D clan wouldn't, and the East Qin people wouldn't have a reason to suspect him. With Ning Qing's status and position, everyone in the world would believe him. Long Feiyi lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. In his heart, he was planning on finding Bai Yanqing to clearly understand the true reason behind the civil war in the Great Qin Empire. He never thought that this secret would be known by Ning Qing first. Ning Qing's hatred towards East Qin was no less than his hatred towards Western Qin. At this time, Tang Li suddenly said, Big brother, can that brat Ning Qing be trusted? Why should we believe him? If this is his trap, wouldn't we have been played? Since he sent a letter to shopkeeper Luo, it means that Ning Jing believes him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told him these secrets. Han Yunshi immediately refuted. She had absolute confidence in Ning Jing, so she had told everything to Ning Jing, including the true relationship between Tang Li and Long Feiyi, as well as the matter of Kangon Private Bank. Tang Li, Ning Jing is pregnant with your child. You have to believe in her judgment. Han Yunshi honestly said. Ning Jing's hope towards Eastern and Western Qin was not inferior to hers. When Han Yunshi wasn't around and Ning Jing was mentioned, Tang Li withered. If it was before, although he was very fond of Ning Jing, he would still be very vigilant when it came to important matters. However, since he knew that Ning Jing was pregnant, he didn't have any immunity towards Ning Jing. As long as it was related to Ning Jing, he would believe it. If this is a trap, it won't fool us for long. It's unnecessary. Ning Qing isn't that stupid, Gu Beiyue seriously said. Everyone looked towards Long Feiyi. It was useless for Han Yunshi and Gu Beiyue to believe. The key was for Long Feiyi to believe. This was because Ning Qing's letter could be considered a rescue letter. He wanted Long Feiyi to help him, cooperate with him, and join forces with him. Everyone waited. Other than being nice to Han Yunshi, Long Feiyi had always been hostile towards the entire Western Qin camp, especially towards Ning Qing. He had enough power to deal with the D clan, and he also had enough strength to deal with Jun Yixie and the Northern Dynasty's emperors. He didn't have to work with the D clan. All he needed was time. Han Yunshi hesitated for a moment. Just as she was about to speak, Long Feiyi muttered to himself, the Black Clan. Jun Yixie, that brat, really hid it well. Let's join forces with Ning Qing. Let him fight with the Northern Dynasty's emperors. Han Yunshi quickly agreed. Seeing that things were going well, Gu Beiyue also quickly said, Fortunately, your Highness stopped them in time. Otherwise, once Kangon Private Bank and Myriad Merchant Hall cancelled their cooperation, Jun Yixie wouldn't be able to get military pay from Ning Qing. Not only would Ning Qing be in danger, the D clan would be in danger, even Mu Ling, and Ning Jing would be in great danger. Now, all of their safety was tied to the same boat. Whether this boat would capsize or not, it was up to Long Feiyi to decide. As for Long Feiyi, he had already made up his mind when he chose to stop them at the first moment. Long Feiyi, whether it's East Qin or Western Qin, let's find Bai Yanqing and Jun Yixie to settle the debt of the Great Qin Empire. Han Yunshi said. Finally, Long Feiyi nodded and said, Spring next year is a good time. If their alliance with Ning Qing succeeded, they could hide it from Jun Yixie and let Jun Yixie and the Northern Dynasty's emperors fight for 3 months. When spring comes next year, the Eastern and Western Qin armies would be able to march north. Then, they would definitely be able to defeat both Jun Yixie and the Northern Dynasty's emperors. By that time, the D clan would have already tamed those 30,000 warhorses. They would use those 30,000 warhorses as the vanguard and give Jun Yixie a good slap in the face. It's a good time. Han Yunshi was overjoyed. Gu Beiyue's anxious heart also relaxed. If not for Ning Cheng's plan to deal with Jun Yixie and the hostages in Sky River City, Gu Beiyue was worried that Long Fei Yi would refuse to cooperate with Ning Qing. 3 months. That's enough time to look for the fire and metal of 10,000 poisons, Gu muttered to himself. If Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi didn't deal with the D clan, then the matter of the perplexing butterfly illusion and the poison sect would naturally come first. All right. Long Fei Yi gave an affirmative answer. He and the D clan still had to put on a show or two. Otherwise, with Jun Yixie's personality, he might not trust Ning Qing. As for the small matters, he could leave them to his subordinates. There was no need for him and Han Yunshi to show their faces. He and Han Yunshi still had to deal with Bai Yanqing. Unless absolutely necessary, Long Fei Yi wouldn't expose their whereabouts. Brother, does that mean I won't be able to see Ning Jing until next spring? Tang Li was anxious. After Gu confirmed that Mu Ling wasn't in any danger, he basically stopped caring about her. Long Fei glanced at him. Your wife's uncle will take good care of his nephew. You better behave yourself. If Tang Li tried to force his way in, he would definitely fall into a trap. At this time, he didn't want anyone to provoke Jun Yixie. When next spring came and he personally led his troops to fight, he would definitely settle all his old debts with Jun Yixie. Han Yunshi, on the other hand, was worried about Mu Ling and Su Xiaoyu. The fact that Su Xiaoyu was Bai Yuqiao's little sister was really out of her expectations, but she couldn't be impulsive. Although they didn't need Ning Qing to tell them that Mu Ling and Ning Jing had been kidnapped and taken to Tianhe City, Jun Yixie didn't know about the situation. Jun Yixie must be feeling smug right now, thinking that they didn't know about Mu Ling and Su Xiaoyu's whereabouts. The more this was the case, the more they wanted Jun Yixie to feel smug. It would be easier for Ning Qing to do things on his side without arousing suspicion. Thanks to Ning Cheng's timely secret letter, a trade war and a war had been silently avoided. Han Yunshi wasn't stupid enough to use Ning Cheng's letter to convince Myriad Merchant Hall's Council of Elders. In any case, without Ning Cheng's orders, no matter how restless the D clan was, no one would dare to make a move. As long as they didn't make a move, everything would be safe. Ning Cheng's banknotes would definitely flow to Myriad Merchant Hall. Or perhaps, Ning Cheng would find a way to send a secret letter to Myriad Merchant Hall. At that time, Myriad Merchant Hall's elders would come to find her to take command of the army and discuss how to cooperate with the East Qin army. Waiting was what they needed to do now. While they waited, they couldn't be idle. There was the matter of the perplexing butterfly illusion, the poison sect, and her dual cultivation with Long Fei Yi. Nothing could be delayed. Really, they were very busy. Han Yunshi was about to put the letter away when Long Fei Yi inadvertently caught sight of a line of words on the back of the letter. He frowned and asked, "What's that?" Han Yunshi flipped it over and froze. Chapter 988. Han Yunshi flipped the letter over and saw that Ning Qing had written a single line of words. It didn't reveal any useful information, but seemed to be a form of bargaining with Long Fei Yi. Ning Qing wanted Long Fei Yi to loosen some of the restrictions imposed by the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate on merchants, as well as lower the taxes on them. Otherwise, not only would he refuse to cooperate with Long Fei Yi, he'd encourage Jun Yixie to ally with the Northern Dynasty's emperors. Moreover, he wouldn't allow Ning Jing's child to be born. Han Yunshi gave a start and almost tore the letter to shreds. Even she was angry, to say nothing of Long Fei. It was already difficult for the two sides to cooperate, but Ning Qing still wanted to threaten Long Fei at a time like this. The South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate had indeed dealt a heavy blow to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's businesses. It was also the root cause of their decline over the past few years. Han Yunshi could admit that Long Fei's original regulations were meant to restrict Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, but they were too harsh. Since both sides wanted to work together, Ning Qing could make any demands without reproach. Whether he agreed or not could be negotiated. But Ning Qing couldn't use Ning Jing's child to threaten Long Fei. This was abominable. Did Ning Jing know about this? How miserable would she feel if she did? What did he write? Long Fei urged. Han Yunshi dearly wanted to hide the truth, but she knew that she couldn't fool Long Fei. She could only hand the letter over. When Long Fei read the line, his face turned gloomy. Cold, he asked, threatening me? Threatening you? On the side, Tang Li quickly picked up the letter. It would have been better if he didn't read it, because he immediately lost his temper. Bastard! I'm going to settle accounts with him right now. What is it? Han Yunshi pulled Tang Li back in time. Gu Beiyue and the others also saw the line of words. They looked at each other in surprise. Brother, let's just kill our way over. Let's destroy the D clan first, then head north and kill our way up. Tang Li was furious. If Ning Qing was in front of him, he would definitely use the hundreds of hidden weapons he had on him to kill Ning Qing. Gu Beiyue did not say anything. He had seen through the whole matter in an instant. Ning Qing made such a request at this time because he didn't want to become Long Fei's subordinate after cooperating with Long Fei. If he could use this chance to threaten Long Fei into lifting the ban and lowering taxes, then many of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's businesses would be able to make a fortune during the chaos of war. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium would then be able to recover its strength and make a comeback within 2 to 3 years. Once Cloud Realm Trade Consortium turned the tables around, the D clan would have more money and more confidence. At that time, even if the princess and Long Fei got together, the D clan would still only serve the princess instead of Long Fei. In a way, Gu Beiyue envied both Ning Qing and Ning Qing. Gu Beiyue owed the Long Fei too much that he'd never be able to repay in this lifetime. Thus, he had to be respectful and courteous to the Long Fei while pledging his loyalty to the princess. Ning Qing was different. If Ning Qing could seize this chance to turn things around, then Ning Qing would still be able to stand in front of Long Fei in the future. Meanwhile, the D clan would become the princess's shield, one that wouldn't be restricted by Long Fei or East Qin. Gu Beiyue would only hide these thoughts in his heart without saying a word. He glanced at Han Yunshi, unsure if she'd thought of all these things, but it seemed like she was still angry over Ning Jing's child. Ning Qing was too smart. He didn't use Mu Ling or Ning Jing, but Ning Jing's child. That wouldn't threaten Long Fei, but it could threaten Tang Li to death. Once Tang Li was threatened, Long Fei would be in trouble. Besides Han Yunshi, Tang Li was probably Long Fei's greatest weakness. Long Fei didn't answer Tang Li, but looked at Han Yunshi instead. What do you think? Han Yunshi didn't answer immediately. She calmed down and thought it over. In the end, she said, Long Fei, perhaps Ning Qing isn't threatening you, but he has no other choice. This is the only way to protect the D clan. Back at 100 Poisons Sect, the reactions of the D clan's military and Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's elders had made Han Yunshi realize this problem. If she and Long Fei were together, the D clan would continue to be loyal to her. When East and West Qin joined forces in the future, the Eastern and Western Qin factions would fight for power and influence. There would definitely be internal strife. She thought these problems were still too far away, but she didn't expect Ning Qing to start fighting for the D clan at this time. These old foxes are all meticulous and thoughtful. They're not simple at all. What are you planning to do? Long Fei asked next. Han Yunshi cleverly replied, Long Fei Yi, you won't be afraid of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium if they make a comeback one day, right? Long Fei's ugly expression suddenly improved as he broke into a smile. Han Yunshi, he said, you're even flattering me? Han Yunshi grinned back. I'm speaking the truth. Alright. I'll give the D clan this chance. Long Fei Yi immediately had someone bring over a brush and paper to write down a promise. As long as Ning Qing could accomplish this, he'd have the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate lift the restrictions against Cloud Realm Trade Consortium and reduce their taxes. Long Fei Yi was only worried about Ning Qing's threat. He really wasn't afraid of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium making a comeback. Actually, if the D clan was wholeheartedly loyal to Han Yunshi, he wouldn't mind helping Cloud Realm Trade Consortium make a comeback. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had plenty of business geniuses that he cherished very much. Even Han Yunshi was surprised that Long Fei Yi agreed so easily, to say nothing of Gu Beiwei and the rest. After Long Fei Yi finished writing the promise, Han Yunshi personally wrote a letter in reply to Ning Qing's offer of cooperation. While Long Fei Yi wasn't paying attention, she secretly apologized for hurting Ning Qing's eyes with her needles. Manager Luo chose an envelope specially made for Kangon Private Bank and wrote a line of words on the seal before sending it back to Northern Lee's Private Bank by Eagle. With that, the matter had come to an end. With everything settled, the silent Gu suddenly spoke up. This brother of Ning Qing's, he's not bad. Let's be friends later. Gu might seem like a jokester, but he wasn't easy to get along with. Aside from Gu Beiwei, who else had he considered his brother? He remembered how he disliked Ning Qing back in the Imperial Palace. Why had his attitude changed so much? Tang Li couldn't stand it any longer and asked coldly, "What's that?" It wasn't clear whether he was cursing Ning Qing or Gu. Gu assumed that he was cursing Ning Qing. Anyone who dares to threaten a certain person is a real man. This old man likes it. As soon as Gu finished speaking, the teacup in Long Fei Yi's hands flew at him. Gu quickly dodged out of the way. Long Fei Yi sat lazily in his seat, but slowly raised a hand. Gu could clearly feel a powerful aura closing in on him. He was secretly alarmed. Long Fei Yi had only been here for a few days, but his internal energy had grown so much. Could this be the power of the Lustbite energy? Gu Qishao was about to test the strength of the Lustbite energy when Han Yunshi cut him off. "Gu," she asked, "didn't you have any news about the fire of 10,000 poisons before?" Leaving matters in Northern Li to Ning Qing for the time being, they needed to find all the ingredients for the perplexing butterfly illusion as soon as possible. Otherwise, no matter how well they arranged everything, they wouldn't be able to withstand Bai Yanqing's interference. These 3 months were very important. Long Fei Yi didn't bother to argue with Gu over the perplexing butterfly illusion. He asked coldly, "What about the metal of 10,000 poisons? How did you find it before?" Gu became excited at the mention of the perplexing butterfly illusion. He said, "I really don't have any news about the fire of 10,000 poisons. I've heard of the metal of 10,000 poisons before, but I don't know if it's trustworthy." "What is it?" Long Fei Yi hurriedly asked. "The 7 fiends." Gu became serious. "The 7 fiends? Stars?" Han Yunshi blurted out. The 7 fiends she knew were also called the 7 kills. They were stars in numerology, cruel and inauspicious. Gu Qishao gave Han Yunshi a disdainful look before he replied, "It's a dagger, one that's been cursed. It's said that anyone who is stabbed by this dagger will be cursed. No matter where they are stabbed, they will bleed from their 7 orifices and die. That's why the dagger has the inauspicious name of the 7 fiends." Gu had heard of this a few years ago. He had been thinking about the metal of 10,000 poisons and the fire of 10,000 poisons recently, and suddenly remembered this. In the 5 elements, metal did not refer specifically to gold, but to all metals. No matter whether the 7 fiends' dagger was made of black gold, black iron, or bronze, they would all be metals. Han Yunshi was very surprised. She did not expect such a magical weapon to exist. She said, "You suspect that this dagger is poisoned? So the person who was stabbed was not actually cursed, but poisoned to death?" Gu nodded. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei did not say anything, but they also agreed with this view. Everyone was engrossed in the discussion. Long Fei Yi immediately ordered people to gather all the rumors about the Seven Fiends' dagger. Tang Li was the only one left, quiet and unhappy as he sat on the side, thinking about his Jing Jing. In the next few days, Han Yunxi and the others waited for news from Myriad Merchant Hall while tracking down the whereabouts of the Seven Fiends. They found out that the Seven Fiends had appeared in a water city in Jiangnan. They made a plan to bring Myriad Merchant Hall to understand the truth. After finding them, they did not immediately set off to find the Seven Fiends after settling matters in the black market. If Ning Qing had mentioned the matter of being poisoned, perhaps Han Yunxi and the others' plans would have changed. Perhaps they would not have left the three-way land so easily and headed south. Unfortunately, Ning Qing had mentioned everything in his letter except for the matter of him being poisoned. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi's reply quickly passed through Kangon Bank and into the hands of Bai Yuqiao's people. As soon as Bai Yuqiao received the letter, she glanced at the seal to make sure it had not been opened. That night, she immediately found an opportunity to deliver it to Ning Qing. She was quite patient. She waited for Ning Qing to read the secret recipe and put it away before speaking. "I've taken care of the matter. Is Master Ning satisfied?" "Not bad." Ning Qing was not stingy with his praise. Bai Yuqiao inwardly let out a sigh of relief. "Then let's discuss the matter of saving little Yu." Unexpectedly, Ning Qing replied with 2 words. "There's no hurry." Bai Yuqiao's expression immediately changed. "Ning Qing, what do you mean? Help me deliver a few more letters and we'll talk." Ning Qing was too cold and indifferent. "You're going back on your word. What do you want?" Bai Yuqiao was furious. "You can refuse, but I guarantee that you won't see Su Xiaoyu tomorrow." Ning Qing sneered. Bai Yuqiao was stunned and couldn't help but shudder. She belatedly realized that Ning Qing was a wolf, a vicious wolf. How could she have been so careless as to cooperate with him? Now that Ning Qing had something on her, he was trying to threaten her instead of sincerely helping her save people. Chapter 989. Looking at Ning Qing's cold and malicious face, Bai Yuqiao regretted her past actions. If she was not afraid that little Yuer would be tortured again, she would not be so impulsive. Without Ning Qing saying anything, she knew that Ning Qing would not let go of such a useful messenger like her. Now, not only would she not be able to save little Yuer as soon as possible, she would also fall into the situation of being controlled by others. "Ning Qing, Su Xiaoyu is Han Yunxi's most beloved servant girl. If anything happens to her, you won't be able to explain it to Han Yunxi." Bai Yuqiao said angrily. "She already has." Ning Qing snorted coldly. "You!" Bai Yuqiao was speechless. She narrowed her eyes at Ning Qing and questioned, "What exactly do you want to do? What do I have to do to make you willing to help me?" Previously, the situation was very urgent and the situation was not clear. However, after he received the replies from Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi, everything became clear. He already knew what he wanted to do, but he did not need to tell Bai Yuqiao. Only a messenger who did not know anything was the safest and most useful messenger. Ning Qing only told Bai Yuqiao, "You, me, and Su Xiaoyu are all in the same boat. If one suffers, the other suffers. As long as you help me settle this matter, I guarantee that Su Xiaoyu will not die." "What do you have to guarantee me?" Bai Yuqiao was both angry and probing. "You don't have to believe me." Ning Qing shrugged indifferently. Bai Yuqiao clenched her hands tightly and wished she could take action. However, she could not. She was already in Ning Qing's hands. She only had 2 choices. Either she cooperated with Ning Qing to the end, or she perished together with him. Bai Yuqiao took a deep breath and released her clenched fist. "All right, Master Ning, please tell me what you need." Ning Qing wrote a secret letter and sealed it in the same way. After ensuring that Long Fei Yi would not attack Myriad Merchant Hall, he did not need to be so vigilant against Bai Yuqiao. He did not need to beat around the bush and could deliver the letter directly. He said, "Send this letter to Grand Elder of Myriad Merchant Hall in Three-Way Black Market." He did not know whose hands his banknotes had flowed to. Now that someone was delivering a letter, it was more appropriate to write a letter and deliver it directly. Bai Yuqiao took the letter and left the tent. She hesitated for a long time before deciding not to open it. She really did not understand what Ning Qing was trying to do. In her opinion, now that Han Yunxi had publicly reconciled with Long Fei Yi, Ning Qing would definitely not cooperate with Long Fei Yi. Now that Ning Qing was working with his senior brother and had second thoughts, how could he remain undefeated against the north and south flanks of senior brother and Long Fei? Bai Yuqiao pondered for a long time but still could not figure it out. Actually, she did not think highly of Ning Qing. However, she believed that Ning Qing would have a way to buy time for her and rescue Su Xiaoyu. Bai Yuqiao lowered her head and pondered as she walked out of the racecourse. Unfortunately, she ran into Jun Yixie walking towards her alone. Bai Yuqiao's heart skipped a beat. She was anxious to find a way to brush him off. It was so late and she had to leave the racecourse for something important. Who knew that Jun Yixie would only glance at her and walk past her? Bai Yuqiao was alarmed and was full of self-mockery. She must have a guilty conscience. Ever since she was young, her senior brother had never cared about her. He did not even bother to look at her. He would only pay attention to her when there was something important. Just now, she did not have to be afraid. Bai Yuqiao deliberately chased after Jun Yixie and pestered him as usual. "Senior brother, have you heard about what happened to Master?" Bai Yuqiao's words touched Jun Yixie's sore spot. He ignored her even more and walked very quickly. Not long after, his figure disappeared into the night. Jun Yixie had always been certain that Bai Yuqiao liked him. He was certain that Bai Yuqiao would betray the entire world rather than him. How could he have known that Bai Yuqiao would hook up with Ning Qing? That very night, Bai Yuqiao delivered Ning Qing's secret letter by Flying Hawk. But Ning Qing's banknotes arrived at Myriad Merchant Hall before the letter did. They flowed from the taverns to private banks, then to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's private bank. As soon as the people there saw the serial numbers on the banknotes, they knew that they belonged to Ning Qing. They immediately handed them over to Ning Nuo, who was operating in Northernly. As soon as Ning Nuo received the banknotes, he shone them under the candlelight to reveal the secret message Ning Qing had written on the banknote. Ning Qing didn't write much, but he explained a few important matters. Ning Nuo hastened back to Three-Way Black Market on horseback. Currently, he had gathered the 5 elders of Myriad Merchant Hall and Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, as well as 3 of Ning Qing's deputy generals from the Ning clan army. Everyone was gathered in a secret room in Myriad Merchant Hall to discuss matters. Ning Nuo was usually sloppy and careless, but he wasn't careless when it came to important matters. After showing everyone the secret message on the banknotes, he asked seriously, "Shall we invite the princess back?" Ning Qing had sent out the banknotes long ago with only 3 instructions. The first was the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin. The second was that Ning Qing had been placed under house arrest by Jun Yixie, forcing them to cooperate with him, and the third was that the entire D clan had to obey Han Yunxi's orders. The elders and deputy generals of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium all sighed with emotion. They never expected or wanted to believe that the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin had been instigated by someone else. It was all a misunderstanding. They all lowered their heads, their expressions complicated. Back at 100 Poison's sect, they'd embarrassed Han Yunxi plenty. If they went to invite her back now, they'd be slapping their own faces. Myriad Merchant Hall's elders were all silent as well, but 5th Elder, who'd just been released from house arrest, was very excited. "I'll go. If you guys don't have the face to admit your mistakes, I'll do it for you." I'll definitely bring the princess back. I told you, the princess wouldn't forget her roots for love. Every single one of you almost harmed the princess. No one knew what they were thinking. Instead of answering the fifth elder, Ning No asked, "Where are you going to find him?" That stopped fifth elder in his track. Ever since the incident at 100 Poisons sect, there had been many rumors about Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi's whereabouts, but no one knew where they were. Fifth elder rubbed his nose resentfully and said, "Might as well send someone to the East Qin army to find them. They'll definitely know where the princess and Long Fei Yi are." Master Ning's trapped in Jun Yixie's hands. "If we want to rescue her, we'll have to work with the Duke of Qin." At his words, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's head elder immediately spoke up. "What a joke! What does our D-clan savior have to do with Long Fei Yi? Find the princess and we'll talk things over with her." "Exactly. This is our D-clan's own business, it has nothing to do with East Qin," someone from the military agreed. "But the princess has long allied with Long Fei Yi." Fifth elder refuted. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi's actions at 100 Poisons sect had long been announced to the world that they were back together. Deputy General Shui was furious. "That's the princess's private business. We're talking about the D-clan's business now." Fifth elder gave a start before he grew angry as well. "We're not talking about the D-clan's business now, but Western Qin's. It's also the princess's business. If it's the D-clan's private business, why did you invite the princess here? Why did Master Ning make us listen to the princess's arrangements?" Fifth elder grew agitated and slapped the table. "Now that things have come to this and Master Ning's already spoken, do you still want to rebel? You've all grown wings now that Master Ning isn't here. Old man is telling you now, you can rebel if you want, but don't even think about getting any military pay from Myriad Merchant Hall." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Everyone looked towards Ning Nuo and the Grand Elder of Myriad Merchant Hall. Fifth Elder wasn't the one in charge of military pay, but these two. Fifth Elder immediately walked to Head Elder's side and said in a low voice, "Don't forget, Kangon Private Bank is only helping us because of the princess. As long as the princess says the word, the auction house's business can be ruined at any time. How long can the D-clan last with the silver in the storehouse? Jun Yixie must have spared Master Ning's life for the sake of the money." Not only did Head Elder hear these words, but Ning Nuo as well. Although Fifth Elder was impulsive, his words weren't wrong. The D-clan could cling to their own course now, but how long could they last? Half a year? A year? Who would clean up the mess if Myriad Merchant Hall couldn't take out the silver then? Even if Master Ning was saved, he'd be hard-pressed to move a single step in the chaos of war without any silver on hand. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's elders and the Ning clan troops had no idea of Myriad Merchant Hall's financial crisis, which was why they were so arrogant. Both Ning Nuo and Head Elder were in a difficult position. They were very clear that the wisest choice under these circumstances was to use the princess and Long Fei Yi's relationship to cooperate with East Qin. But they were also worried that the Long Fei Yi would keep the D-clan in check in the future. What to do? The secret meeting lasted until noon of the next day. Many people gradually approved of Fifth Elder, but there was also a group of people who insisted on defending the D-clan's interests. Ning Cheng's silver banknotes only contained a few words, so why didn't he say more? Faced with this awkward situation, Ning No rubbed his brows and realized that it wasn't easy being the head of a clan. Just as they were about to disperse, a page boy hurriedly delivered a secret missive. "It's from my big brother," Ning Nuo exclaimed. Everyone who'd risen to their feet was startled and sat back down. "Quick, see what it says? Is there a new development? Quick, take a look." Everyone was nervous and stuck in a stalemate. Ning Cheng's secret missive was like a timely rain in the rain. Ning Nuo's heart was filled with perilous waves after reading the contents, unable to calm down. This secret letter explained everything very clearly. "Young Master Nuo, Just what did Master Ning say? Young Master Nua, why don't you say something? As everyone urged him on, Myriad Merchant Hall's head elder and fifth elder almost couldn't resist snatching the missive away. Ning Nua recovered his wits, his tense face finally relaxing a little. Master Ning and Long Fei Yi have finished discussing the terms of cooperation. The princess is waiting for us at East Origin Hall. What? Everyone was given a fright. Ning Nua's heart was still thumping wildly. He wanted to laugh, but couldn't bring himself to do so. East Origin Hall is East Qin's property, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd instantly quieted down. Ning Nua continued, The Tang Sect. Chapter 990. The Tang clan belongs to East Qin. Ning Nua's words silenced the crowd. Many of them, especially those from the trade consortium and the army, looked like they were about to collapse. Ning Nua continued, Kangon Private Bank is Long Fei Ye's private property. As soon as Ning Nua finished speaking, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's head elder abruptly clutched his chest and began pounding it with all his might. Fortunately, the people around him came to his aid in time, or else the pent-up anger in his heart would have taken his life. The others were all dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they couldn't move. They only felt that this was like a dream, an extremely terrifying dream. Ning Nua's heart was stifled as well, but he held on. My big brother and Long Fei Yi agreed that as soon as Jun Yixie sends his troops north to start Northern Li's civil war, the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate will relax all sorts of restrictions on merchants and lower their taxes. Long Fei Yi agreed, and my big brother has his own handwritten letter. Ning Nua knew that if he didn't say this out loud, more people would end up like the head elder and stifle their own hearts. As expected, everyone exhaled in relief at his words, including fifth elder who'd always protected Han Yunxi. Long Fei Yi didn't add any other conditions? Did he really agree? Myriad Merchant Hall's head elder couldn't help asking. He was curious as to how Master Ning had managed to negotiate with Long Fei Yi. Honestly speaking, the D clan and Master Ning's circumstances didn't give them the confidence to propose such conditions to Long Fei Yi. Moreover, a shrewd man like Long Fei Yi should have noticed that Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had a good chance of making a comeback now that the South Central region's restrictions had been lifted. Ning Nua shook his head and handed the letter to the head elder. Actually, he was very curious as to how Ning Qing had negotiated with Long Fei Yi. After reading the letter, the head elder passed it down for everyone to read. It detailed everything that the silver drafts hadn't mentioned, as well as clear orders for the D clan. No one present dared to raise any objections. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's head elder said seriously, If that's the case, then I'll leave the matters here to you all. We must hurry back to 10,000 Commerce Hall to make arrangements. There are many industries in the central and southern regions that need to be rebuilt, so we won't stay here any longer. Rushing back to make preparations and waiting for the ban to be lifted was one thing, but avoiding responsibility was another. This Grand Elder was truly afraid that Ning Nua would ask him to go to East Origin Palace to meet the princess. As soon as the Great Elder of the Chamber of Commerce said that he was leaving, the military's Deputy General Shui also hurriedly got up. Young Master Nua, there are still many details to be discussed regarding the acceptance of the warhorses. I will also take my leave first. However, Ning Nua said, the people from the Chamber of Commerce can leave first, but the people from the military must stay. Deputy General Shui, go and make preparations. Tonight, you will come with us to East Origin Palace to meet the princess. As for how to cooperate with the East Qin army, it's up to you to decide. Deputy General Shui felt his scalp go numb at the thought of meeting Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. But since Ning Nua had spoken, he didn't dare to refuse. He could only accept the orders. Yes, this soldier understands. That night, Ning Nua only called for Myriad Merchant Hall's head elder and the military's Deputy General Shui to go with him to East Origin Palace. The fifth elder silently looked at their receding figures with a face full of disappointment. After experiencing all this, fifth elder was even more dissatisfied with certain members of the D clan. If Master Ning's letter hadn't come in time, those people would have tormented the D clan and the princess to the point of no return. He was planning to go tonight and find a chance to secretly warn the princess, but Ning Nuo didn't let him go. As soon as Ning Nuo's group reported their arrival, Su Donglin personally led the way to the rear courtyard. Fortunately, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi hadn't started dual cultivation yet. Otherwise, Ning Nuo's group would have to wait until tomorrow. After leaving the poison sect's forbidden grounds, Han Yunxi began to cultivate in the poison storage space. As soon as she did, she sensed that Lil Thing had begun to cultivate as well. If Lil Thing was working so hard, she had to work even harder. Only when her cultivation in the poison storage space was higher than Bai Yanqing's could Lil Thing be safe. Only then could it help them fight against Bai Yanqing. At the same time, it could help Lil Thing's poison fangs recover faster. Ever since leaving the poison sect's forbidden grounds, she hadn't had time to rest after dual cultivating with Long Fei Yi every night. She would cultivate for more than 2 hours before she was willing to sleep. Then she would wake up early the next morning. She had been secretly preparing something because of her busy schedule, so she had to delay it. There were a few times when Long Fei Ye's heart ached when he saw her like this. After dual cultivating, he simply forced himself on Han Yunxi, tormenting her until she fell asleep. Every time this happened, Han Yunxi couldn't wake up early and unknowingly slept in until noon. Han Yunxi's mouth protested against Long Fei Ye's tyrannical method of forcing her to rest, but her body obediently submitted to him. Ning Nuo's group was brought to a tea pavilion in the rear courtyard. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi sat around the tea table. Long Fei Yi had his head lowered as he brewed tea. Han Yunxi had been watching them from afar. Gu Beiyue sat behind Han Yunxi, also looking at them with a faint smile. Gu sat next to Gu Beiyue, leaning lazily against the railing with his legs crossed as he sized them up. Tang Li sat behind Long Fei Yi. He was also looking at them, his handsome face as dark as the dark clouds in the sky. Forget the head elder and Deputy General Shui, even Ning Nuo felt a little guilty in the face of this scene. He was a little scared. He secretly rejoiced that Long Fei Yi wasn't looking at them. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. But as soon as he entered the pavilion, Long Fei Yi looked up. In this moment, Ning Nuo missed his big brother dearly. He knew that his big brother wouldn't have stage fright. He had a bit of friendship with Long Fei Yi back on Fishery Island, but things were different now. Although Ning Nuo was nervous, he was still able to keep his composure. He maintained his usual smile and bowed deeply to Han Yunxi. This subordinate, Ning Nuo, greets the princess. Seeing this, the nervous head elder and Deputy General Shui finally recovered their wits and hurriedly bowed as well. No need to be so courteous. Take a seat, Han Yunxi said mildly. Many thanks, princess. This subordinate will just stand. How could Ning Nuo dare to do that? Only Long Fei Yi and the princess were sitting at this table. Gu Beiyue and the rest were sitting behind them, so he didn't have the right to sit on the same level as the princess. Han Yunxi didn't insist. Instead, she had a servant arrange another chair for them, but didn't leave the head elder and Deputy General Shui behind. Once the three of them were seated, Han Yunxi said, "Since you're here, I'm sure you know about Ning Cheng's situation. Let's not waste any more time. There's still about 15 days before the warhorses arrive within Tianning's borders. What are the military's arrangements?" Han Yunxi looked towards Deputy General Shui, who was very surprised. He had been waiting for Han Yunxi to show him who was boss and question him about the 100 Poisons sect incident. Who knew that Han Yunxi wouldn't mention a word about it, as if that incident had never happened. Ning Nuo secretly tugged at Deputy General Shui, who finally recovered his wits. He didn't have time to think about anything else and directly replied, Master Ning's secret letter said that Jun Yixie has arranged for several horse trainers who know how to control beasts. This subordinate wants to make good use of these horse trainers. How do you use them? Han Yunxi asked. Deputy General Shui snuck a glance at Long Feiyi. Jun Yixie will definitely believe the horse trainer's words. Jun Yixie had arranged for the horse trainers to come. 1. He hoped to control the warhorses, and 2. He'd sent a spy over. They only needed to beat him at his own game and make good use of these horse trainers. Then, Jun Yixie would trust Ningqing even more. Ningqing had to keep Jun Yixie in check for 3 months and protect Ningjing and the rest. This wasn't a small burden. If Jun Yixie suspected him in the slightest, all of his efforts would go to waste. Han Yunxi nodded, then asked, Jun Yixie wants to use the Ning clan head to block the Great Qin army. What do you think? Princess, after 15 days, Master Ning will pay Jun Yixie's military pay as soon as the warhorses arrive. Jun Yixie plans to use 10 days to set up his plans and send troops north to attack the Northern Dynasty's emperors. This subordinate thinks that in these few days, the East Qin army can send out troops first and pretend to fight a few battles with the Ning clan army. Deputy General Shui replied. As long as the Eastern and Western Qin fought, Jun Yixie would trust Ningqing even more. He betrayed the Western Qin and would also curry favor with Ningqing. He needed Ningqing to help him guard the south so that he could head north without any worries. All of this was actually Ningqing's idea. Han Yunxi and the others had already thought of it. Han Yunxi threw out a sharp question. She said, Who will win and who will lose in these battles? There were always winners and losers in war, and when there were winners and losers, there would be gains and losses for one side. Long Feiyi did not make a sound, but when he heard this, his lips curled into a faint arc as he continued to drink his winter flakes. Deputy General Shui did not think as he seriously replied, Princess, Jun Yixie is someone who has led troops before and those horse trainers are not simple. We can't hide it from their eyes. Han Yunxi lightly said, Continue. The Ning clan army has lost. They have abandoned Qingyang County and retreated to Heong Pass. The Ning clan army has the red coat cannons and the weather is cold and snow. The East Qin army cannot break through Heong Pass, so the two armies are in a stalemate. Deputy General Shui seriously said. Han Yunxi felt admiration in her heart. Although this Deputy General Shui was rude to her at the 100 Poisons sect, now that they were truly working together, Deputy General Shui knew how to prioritize the army and was willing to abandon Qingyang County. At this time, Long Feiyi finally spoke. How are we going to arrange the time? Deputy General Shui was a bit surprised, but he remained calm as he replied, We still need to coordinate with the Ning clan head. I wonder if East Qin can cooperate? Only Ningqing could grasp the situation on Jun Yixie's side. Han Yunxi glanced at Long Feiyi and was about to speak, but Long Feiyi readily agreed. All right. This crown prince will have Bailey Qiyu contact you later. He will cooperate with you. When he said this, Gu Beiyue on the side silently laughed. Long Feiyi was truly an old fox. Leaving this matter to Bailey Qiyu was simply too suitable. When Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi worked together, the husband and wife were of the same mind. They both prioritized the overall situation and did not care about gains or losses. However, the forces under their command were different. Letting Bailey Qiyu handle this matter was to test whether the Bailey army was still dissatisfied with the cooperation between Western Qin and Eastern Qin. Secondly, it was to restrict Deputy General Shui. Thirdly, it was to train the two armies in advance. After all, at the beginning of next spring, the two armies would work together and head north to Northernly. Han Yunxi could see Long Feiyi's intentions. Although it was a cooperation, Ningqing held the majority of the power. Both armies had to cooperate with Ningqing's arrangements and make adjustments according to Ningqing's decisions. To be more precise, Long Feiyi was threatened by Ningqing this time. Not only did he not fight back, He even took a big step back. After Ning Nuo and the others left, Han Yunshi whispered to Long Fei Yi, "Are you giving me and Tang Li face?" Chapter 991. Even Han Yunshi had to beg for mercy every time she threatened Long Fei Yi, let alone the others. But this time, Long Fei Yi really gave in. Was this for the sake of Han Yunshi, the Western Qin princess, or for the sake of Tang Li's unborn child? Long Fei Yi calmly replied to Han Yunshi, "For the sake of everyone in the world. I hope that next spring there will be no distinction between Eastern and Western Qin. This Deputy General Shui is much more adaptable than Bailey Qiu. Bailey Qiu should learn from him. A soldier has to be flexible." Han Yunshi stared at him for a long time. She didn't know what to say, so she just smiled foolishly. Perhaps it was the truth of the Qin Empire's internal strife that made Long Fei Yi feel more at ease with the Western Qin camp. Perhaps it was because Long Fei's heart had grown bigger and his eyes could see further. Han Yunshi not only saw the dominance and strength of a leader in him, but she also saw the magnanimity of a ruler. She hoped that the first real cooperation between the Eastern and Western Qin armies would go smoothly and happily. At this moment, Gu, who had been waiting impatiently, finally spoke. "Everything here is settled. Can we set off tomorrow?" They had to rush back before spring. Deducting the time spent on the road, they didn't have much time to find the Seven Demons' dagger. Before Han Yunshi could answer, Tang Li finally exploded. He stood up abruptly and said angrily, "I want to save Jing Jing." Ning Jing was almost 5 months pregnant. By spring, she would be 8 months pregnant. If Ning Qing failed, what would happen to Ning Jing and the baby? Tang Li couldn't accept it, nor could he bear the risk. Han Yunshi knew how big the risk was, and so did everyone else. However, if he rashly tried to save them, or if the Tang sect did something, it would put Ning Jing in even more danger. "Brother, even if I have to give up the Tang sect, I want to save them," Tang Li said fiercely. However, Long Fei Yi struck a blow. "Even if you give up the Tang sect, you might not be able to save them. If they barged in, they would be jumping into Jun Yixie's trap. If they didn't barge in, they would have to exchange the Tang sect's hidden weapons. How could Jun Yixie only ask for the secret weapon's secret recipe? They had to swallow the Tang sect. Furthermore, Ning's value. If Jun Yixie kept Ning Jing, not only would they be a long-term threat to the Tang sect, but they could also keep Cheng's safety. No matter how great the temptation was, Jun Yixie wouldn't let her go so easily. Sect Master Tang, calm down. As long as Jun Yixie sends troops north, Ning Jing and Ling will be safe until at least next year. If you act rashly and affect Ning Cheng's arrangements, Ning Jing and Ling will be in danger. Gu Beiyue also comforted him. Once Jun Yixie sent troops, he would have to rely on Ning Qing even more. He didn't dare to offend Ning Qing. Seeing that everyone was persuading him, Gu also said, "Don't worry. Ning Qing is a reliable man. He can't lose his sister and nephew, right?" Tang Li, who had been holding back for a few days, finally exploded. "Gu, are you fucking blind or deaf? Don't you know that Ning Qing is threatening my brother with my child's life? Who knows what will happen at Tianhe? Who can be sure that he won't sacrifice Ning Jing? What won't he do for his bullshit mission and bullshit cause? Didn't he sacrifice Ning Jing when he let Ning Jing marry into the Tang sect? What right does he have to use my child as a bargaining chip? What right does he have? What right does he have?" Tang Li was angry and anxious. As he cursed, his eyes turned red. He didn't look like his usual sloppy and foppish self. Ning Jing must have never seen Tang Li like this. Would her heart ache if she saw him like this? Han Yunshi understood Tang Li's anger the best. She had seen Ning Jing's panic when she almost had a miscarriage. She knew how much Ning Jing had sacrificed to hide and protect this child. She pressed Tang Li's shoulder. Without consulting Long Fei Yi and the others, she made a prompt decision. We'll wait. We'll wait until Jun Yixie sends his troops north. We're not far from Tianhe. If there's a change, we'll go all out. Tang Li didn't say anything. He turned around and hugged Han Yunxi. Sister-in-law, Tang Li cried. Gu was speechless. He was caught off guard. Gu Beiyue looked away and sighed softly. Long Feiyi didn't say anything. He just patted Tang Li's shoulder. He hadn't seen Tang Li cry for a long time. It had been so long that he forgot the last time Tang Li cried. When he was very young, Tang Li would always ask him when he cried, "Brother, why don't you cry? Brother, do you have a way to hide your tears? Please teach me." "Brother, Auntie says that men are never allowed to cry. Does that mean I can't be a man?" In Long Feiye's eyes, Tang Li would always be a younger brother who never grew up. Soon, Long Feiyi pulled Tang Li away from Han Yunxi's arms. He didn't say a word. Just like that, they, who were originally going to head south, secretly stayed in East Origin Palace. They kept an eye on the situation in Northern Li while keeping an eye on Bai Yanqing's news. Long Feiyi sent a group of spies south to find out more about the Seven Fiends' daggers. After Bailey Qiu and Deputy General Shui exchanged 2 letters, the East Qin Army was the first to launch an attack on Xinjiang County. Ning Qing didn't send any more letters, but he kept in touch with Myriad Merchant Hall. Under Tang Li's repeated requests, Han Yunxi personally asked Myriad Merchant Hall to take good care of Ning Jing when they wrote back to Ning Qing. In fact, Tang Li's original words were, "Warn Ning Qing that if anything happens to Ning Jing or the child, I won't let him off." Han Yunxi conveyed the words, "Take good care of the pregnant woman." Over the past few days, Han Yunxi had spent all her time cultivating the poison storage space besides her dual cultivation with Long Fei. As the intensity of her cultivation increased, her connection with Lil Thing grew stronger as well, but they still couldn't communicate with each other via telepathy. There was no news of Bai Yanqing at all. Everyone couldn't figure out what he was up to. Long Feiyi didn't forget about another matter, and that was to investigate why Western Zhou's Emperor Kongqing had interfered with the 100 Poisons sect. He handed this matter over to Chu Tianyin to investigate. Gu couldn't sit still. He followed up on news of the Seven Fiends' daggers while helping Gu Beiyue find the dragon pill in the black market. Everyone hoped that Gu Beiyue's shadow arts would recover as soon as possible. If Gu Beiyue recovered, he would be a great help to Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi. Bailey Mingxiang also didn't idle around. She found a hidden garden in East Origin Hall and diligently cultivated. That afternoon, Han Yunxi found Bailey Mingxiang to teach her cooking skills, which was a rare opportunity for her to relax. Long Feiyi called Gu over. Seeing this, Gu Beiyue also followed. Actually, Gu had been waiting for Long Feiyi to settle the score with him. He knew why Long Feiyi had sought him out alone. Seeing Gu Beiyue walk over, Gu shot a cold glance at Long Feiyi, indicating for Long Feiyi to send Gu Beiyue away. Unexpectedly, before Long Feiyi could say anything, Gu Beiyue calmly said, "Seventh young master, how old are you?" Gu almost tripped. He turned his head to look at him. "You? What do you mean?" "There's something wrong with your blood. The little thing and I have long discovered it. I originally thought that you were a poisonous Gu human, but you're not," Gu Beiyue said seriously. When he and the little thing had discovered that there was something wrong with Gu's blood, he had suspected that Gu was an immortal poisonous Gu human. However, the records in the altar's secret room made him realize that he was wrong. There was a limited amount of poisonous Gu human fruits, which had long been eaten by Bai Yanqing. Back then, Gu Yuntian had only tested medicine for Gu, not poison. There was no possibility of coincidental cultivation. Therefore, Gu Beiyue still couldn't figure out what was going on with Gu's body. Long Feiyi sized up Gu with interest. Gu felt uncomfortable all over. He said unhappily, "I don't know what the hell I am either. I also thought that I was a poisonous Gu human, but the records in the secret room said that poisonous Gu humans age. I seem to never age." There were many legends about poisonous Gu humans. They were immortal, and even invulnerable to weapons, injuries, and illnesses. They were also said to be immune to all kinds of poisons. Gu Beiwei had also mistakenly thought that they were immortal, but he only had a clear understanding after learning the truth in the secret room. Long Fei Yi had originally planned to figure out some other ways to deal with poisonous Gu humans from Gu, but it seemed like there was no hope now. He asked, "Does Gu Yuntian know?" Gu shook his head helplessly. Gu Beiwei said seriously, "Stay at my place for the next few days, and I'll take a look at you seriously. If it's not poison, then it's very likely to be medicine." Gu's hair stood on end for some reason. "How do you want to take a look?" Gu Beiwei smiled. "Don't be afraid. I'll just take your pulse and check your blood. Your blood is very special." Gu Qishao was still doubtful and didn't trust Gu Beiwei. Long Fei Yi didn't say much. He handed this matter to Gu Beiwei and was about to leave. However, Gu stopped him. "Long Fei Yi, how about I make a deal with you?" Long Fei Yi didn't even turn around. How much did he not want to see Gu? "If one day we find out about the power that can kill the snow wolves, you help me find the perplexing butterfly illusion, and I'll help you find that power. How about it?" Gu said seriously. There was only one bottle of perplexing butterfly illusion, and it might be able to break his immortality. If he used it, he wouldn't even have the slightest hope. Long Fei Yi sneered. "On what basis?" "On the basis that I'll protect all of you unconditionally," Gu said loudly. He was about to go moldy in the three-way black market, but wasn't it all for the sake of everyone else and on guard against Bai Yanqing? However, Long Fei Yi said, "This is the price for not keeping your word. You can leave whenever you want." What he meant was that as soon as Gu left, Han Yunxi and the others would immediately find out about his immortality. Gu's face sank. Even after Long Fei Ye's figure had disappeared, his expression was still incomparably gloomy. Gu Beiwei smiled innocently and said, "Seventh young master, let's go." Gu actually liked Gu Beiwei's smile very much, but at this moment, he had goosebumps all over his body. Before Gu Beiwei could even walk over, he had already fled far away. Since Gu wasn't cooperating, this matter was covered up and delayed. Everyone busied themselves while waiting. On this day, a piece of shocking news came from Northernly. Gu was originally lying on the roof, basking in the sun. When he heard Han Yunxi and the others talking about this in the courtyard, he immediately rolled off the roof and fell flat on his face. Chapter 992. Mu Ling-er was pregnant. The news from Northernly was that Mu Ling-er was pregnant. Gu crawled up from the ground and asked in disbelief, "Whose seed is it? Didn't Mu Ling-er revolve around him all the time? She even talked about Chi brother and Chi brother every day. How could she change her mind so quickly and get together with someone else? Wasn't this too fast?" When Gu asked this, Han Yunxi, Long Fei Yi, Gu Beiwei and the rest all looked at him with strange expressions. Gu looked at them in bewilderment. He didn't know what was going on, but he suddenly panicked. Why are you all looking at me?" he asked timidly. Everyone didn't say anything and just stared at him. The more silent everyone was, the more flustered Gu became. "Poison girl, say something." Han Yunxi didn't say anything, but she slowly narrowed her eyes and a murderous aura gradually appeared. Everyone else's expressions also changed. Long Fei Yi looked disdainful, Gu Beiwei frowned and looked serious. Tang Li was sneering, Su Donglin's face was tense, and he kept shaking his head. Bailey Mingxiang's brows were furrowed and she was very angry. Gu instinctively took a step back and leaned against the wall. The uneasiness in his heart grew. He didn't ask any more questions and turned to leave. At this moment, Han Yunxi finally spoke and asked angrily, "Gu, you? When did this happen? Tell me." "Me?" Gu still didn't understand. "Gu Ling-er likes you very much, but you can't do this. You don't have a status, and you actually... How can you do this?" Bailey Mingxiang, who had always been quiet, couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily. Bastard! Tang Li threw these 2 words over. Long Fei didn't say anything and just snorted softly. Gu Qishao still didn't understand what these people meant. He couldn't figure it out. What did he do? He looked at Han Yunxi and couldn't bear to be fierce to her. He vented his anger on Bailey Mingxiang and Tang Li and asked angrily, "What do you two mean? Say it clearly. What did I do? What does her pregnancy have to do with me? How am I a bastard?" Tang Li rushed over and grabbed Gu Qishao by the collar. "You don't have the guts to admit what you did? Gu, are you a man? The child in Mu Ling Er's stomach is yours. They're threatening you with your child, and you still refuse to admit it? Are you a coward? Don't tell others we know each other." When he said this, he was over Gu was completely. He allowed Tang Li to grab him by the collar without moving a muscle. Although everyone had clearly scolded him just now, he really hadn't thought of it that way. He thought they had misunderstood how he'd caused Mu Ling to be bullied and pregnant. How could he? How could he have done such a thing? Fuck. Gu came back to his senses and pushed Tang Li away. He looked at everyone angrily. "What kind of person do you think I, Gu, am?" Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Gu's reaction shouldn't be an act. Given his temper, he wouldn't dare to deny what he'd done. However, the news from Northernly was that Mu Ling was pregnant with Gu's child and wanted to threaten Gu to hand over a large number of medicinal ingredients. Jun Yixie didn't appear directly. The one who sent the letter to Pill Fiend Pharmacy was a rather famous pharmacy in Northernly. The pharmacy was called Yangxin Pharmacy, and its owner was surnamed Yu Kebing. Jun Yixie probably didn't know that Han Yunxi already knew about Mu Ling and Ningjing's whereabouts, so he went around in circles and asked Yu Kebang to come forward. The threatening letter clearly stated that Mu Ling was pregnant for almost 5 months. Mu Ling claimed that the child was Gu's. Yu Kebang asked Pill Fiend Pharmacy to send 10 dan of each of 8 medicinal ingredients to the border. He would send someone to pick them up. If they didn't arrive within 10 days, whether Mu Ling could keep the child in her stomach would depend on luck. When Han Yunxi and the others saw the letter, they didn't believe it at first. However, when they thought about it carefully, there was no reason to not believe it. No one in Northernly knew about the relationship between Mu Ling and Gu. Even if someone knew that Mu Ling liked Gu, they wouldn't use such a thing to threaten Gu. Whether it was true or not, Gu knew best, didn't he? In short, the matter of the pregnancy and whose child it was couldn't be faked. Therefore, there was only one reason why Northernly would send such a threatening letter. Mu Ling was really pregnant and had admitted that the child was Gu's. Ning Cheng's previous letter didn't mention Mu Ling's pregnancy. Did Ning Cheng think that they knew about it or had forgotten? Mu Ling said it herself, and you still want to go back on your word? Gu, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Tang Li sneered. Gu's anger rose to the doorway. When he was about to refute, Bailey Mingxiang said, "Gu, would Ling go back on her word? If it wasn't true, why would she go back on her word and ruin her reputation? Mu Ling wouldn't do such a thing, and there's no reason for her to do so. She's just looking for trouble for no reason." Han Yunxi also spoke up, feeling sorry for her sister. Gu had a lot of words to refute, but when he heard their doubts, he couldn't say anything. "Gu Qishao, tell me clearly. Just what's going on? When did you? How? Why was Ling so muddle-headed? She clearly knew that Gu wasn't sincere to her, so why was she willing?" Han Yunxi found it hard to speak. Gu was at a loss for words. He looked at Han Yunxi seriously and asked, "Poison girl, do you really think I'm that kind of person? I just want to know what's going on. Would Mu Ling slander you? If you really liked Ling why didn't you marry her first? You're ruining her reputation and bullying her." Han Yunxi retorted. Gu suddenly roared, "I'm not that kind of person. If I really liked her, even if I didn't marry her, Even if I didn't have a proper status, I'd still want her and get her pregnant. When he said this, everyone fell silent. Han Yunxi was stunned. For a moment, she didn't understand what Gu Qishao meant. Actually, not only Han Yunxi, but everyone else also didn't understand. Gu said again, I don't even like her, so why would I sleep with her? When he said this, the crowd suddenly fell silent. Everyone was angry about the issue of reputation, but it turned out that this guy didn't care about a woman's reputation at all. His focus was on whether he liked her or not. Han Yunxi was stunned. She looked at Gu blankly and couldn't say anything for a long time. At the end of the day, you're still an animal, Tang Li scolded. That's too much. Bailey Mingxiang couldn't understand Gu's logic at all. Gu Beiwei was already shaking his head, while Long Fei was narrowing his eyes as he pondered over Gu Qishao's words. Without a sound, he pulled Han Yunxi behind him to protect her. Everyone fell silent. Gu said angrily, Where's the blackmail letter? Let me take a look. Han Yunxi was about to hand it over when Long Fei took it and threw it to Gu. Gu skimmed through the blackmail letter, put it in his pocket, and was about to leave. Long Fei finally said, Where are you going? Gu was furious. To look for the child's mother. You're not allowed to go anywhere before this matter is cleared up. Long Fei said. You think I won't go just because you told me not to? Gu asked in disdain. Go ahead and try. Long Fei threatened. If I don't go, then, before Gu could finish speaking, he saw the threatening look in Long Fei's eyes and suddenly stopped. Tang Li was so impulsive earlier that even Long Fei didn't let him go. How could Gu do the same? What are you going to do? Long Fei asked word by word. Gu narrowed his eyes and met his gaze. The atmosphere between the two instantly became tense. However, Gu quickly turned his head away and snorted. Nothing. I'm going to sleep. Remember to clear my name after you figure it out. It had to be said that Gu had a face that could topple cities and countries. He didn't feel out of place when he said the vulgar word every day. Instead, he had an indescribable manly charm. He leaped onto the roof and continued to lie on his back, basking in the sun as if the argument had never happened. Everyone looked up at the roof, but they couldn't do anything about him. Su Donglin, come with me to Myriad Merchant Hall. We have to get to the bottom of this immediately, Han Yunxi said seriously. Whether this was true or not, they would know once they asked Ning Qing. Everyone dispersed, but Long Fei was still looking at the roof. Gu basked in the warm winter sun, feeling warm and lazy. However, for some reason, he felt an inexplicable chill. He sat down and looked down, only to see Long Fei's face as cold as Millennium Xian eyes. You come down, Long Fei said. You come up. Gu was on guard. Are you coming down? Long Fei asked again. Are you coming up? Gu didn't give Long Fei time to answer. He hurriedly said, If you're not coming up, I'll pull you down. He was about to leave when Long Fei flew up and landed in front of him. Gu hurriedly retreated. I'll go down, okay? Gu immediately flew down and fled out the door. Unfortunately, just as he reached the door, Long Fei landed at the door and stopped him. Stay away from Han Yunxi, Long Fei warned coldly. So speaking, she brushed past Gu Qishao's shoulder, leaving him alone with a complicated expression. Gu seemed to have just realized what he had said in his impulsiveness. He scratched his forehead and rubbed his nose, gradually feeling uneasy. How would Poison Girl look at him from now on? In the following days, Gu was very depressed. When everyone saw him, they looked at him with disdain. He didn't care at all. However, every time he saw Han Yunxi, he didn't dare to look into her eyes. Actually, what he said that day wasn't wrong. He was just like that. However, his behavior, his temper, and his principles were all ineffective when it came to Han Yunxi. Soon, Ning Cheng's reply came from Myriad Merchant Hall. The truth was revealed. It turned out that Mu Ling had pretended to be pregnant to cover for Ning Jing, and had found Gu to take the blame. Chapter 993. Ning Qing hadn't mentioned Mu Ling at all, but he'd left it out. After all, that wasn't the main point of Ning Cheng's cooperation with them. This time, Ning Cheng's reply was clear and concise. Right now, none of Jun Yixie's men, including Uncle Cheng and Deacon Jean, knew about Ning Jing's pregnancy. He'd already had Bai Yuqiao negotiate with him so that Bai Yuqiao would send servant girls to serve Mu Ling within the next few days. In name, they'd be serving Mu Ling but in reality, they'd be serving Ning Jing. Bai Yuqiao had ways to prevent the guards from entering the tent to see Ning Jing and Mu Ling. Still, they had to be on guard against Jun Yixie meeting the two of them. Thus, Jun Yixie had to send his troops north to ensure their safety. Otherwise, changes could happen at any time. This time, Jun Yixie had used Yangxin Hall to blackmail them because Jun Yixie trusted Ning Qing even more after East Qin and the Ning clan troops started fighting. He was preparing to send his troops north in advance. With winter approaching, Northern Li's supply of medicinal ingredients was limited. Jun Yixie already had a way to buy grain, but not medicinal ingredient. There were too many grain merchants in the world. Long Fei Ye's commander-in-chief's estate in the south-central regions had strictly controlled the flow of grain for the past year, but he still couldn't completely stop the underground trade. Moreover, the Tian'an and Western Zhou both had grain merchants who specialized in war. It wasn't strange that Jun Yixie had a way to buy grain. As for medicinal ingredients, most of Cloud Realm Continent's cultivation was controlled by Medicine City and Medicine Ghost Valley. Jun Yixie didn't have much in stock, so he really had to use Mu Ling child to threaten Pill Fiend Pharmacy. After figuring out the ins and outs of the matter, Gu chuckled. This old man's illustrious reputation was almost ruined by that damned girl. She's so warm-hearted. Indeed, Mu Ling was warm-hearted enough to joke about her own reputation. Everyone found it hard to understand, especially Bailey Mingxiang. As a woman, reputation was the most important thing. It was even more important than her life. But Han Yunxi understood Ling painstaking efforts. She said, "Gu, don't blame Ling. She didn't do it on purpose." Gu Qishao was about to retort when Han Yunxi explained, before Ning Jing was kidnapped, she accidentally bumped into Linger and fell. What? Tang Li was stunned. Ning Jing almost had a miscarriage and was bedridden for a long time. It was Ling who took care of her. She probably hadn't fully recovered yet when she was kidnapped, so Ling had to protect her, Han Yunxi explained. Everyone finally realized the truth. Tang Li was an understanding man and didn't blame Mu Ling. I'll have to thank her properly after we rescue everyone. If she marries one day, my Tang clan will prepare a large dowry for her. Tang Li's words weren't simple at all. The dowry had two meanings. One was the amount of the dowry and whether it was generous or not. The other was that the dowry represented a backing force. If the Tang clan gave Mu Ling a dowry, it was telling her husband's family and the world that Mu Ling had the backing of the Tang clan. Han Yunxi was overjoyed. She was happy for Mu Ling. Mu Ling didn't have a family to speak of after the Mu clan fell. But when she saw Gu Qishao's indifferent expression, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Would her silly sister still be willing to marry in this lifetime? Gu's mood finally cleared up. He was debt-free. He took out the blackmail letter and placed it on the tea table. What's the matter? Agree to their demands, Tang Li said anxiously. Brother, sister-in-law, how much does this cost? I'll pay for it. If they didn't agree, Jun Yixie and the others would definitely suspect Ning Jing if they found out that Mu Ling's belly was fake. To Tang Li, keeping Ning Jing in the Sky River barracks was already his bottom line. He couldn't take any more risk. Your big brother and Myriad Merchant Hall have to pay for it together, Han Yunxi said, before smiling at Long Fei Yi. Pill Fiend Pharmacy will give you a 20% discount. Tang Li didn't understand, so Gu Beiwei explained, Princess's words are reasonable. As far as this one knows, Northern Li's medicine storehouses have always been in the hands of the Northern Dynasty's emperors. Jun Xie once worked with Medicine City's Mu clan in private and had discussions with Cloud Realm Trade Consortium to grow medicine on Northern Li's snowy mountains. But now they're all under the control of the Northern Dynasty's emperors. The Northern Dynasty's emperors have medicine, but Jun Xie doesn't. The two of them are evenly matched, but the Northern Dynasty's emperors still have the upper hand. Han Yunxi nodded, then continued, when two sides fight, once one side gains the upper hand, the battle won't last long. Long Fei Yi naturally agreed with Han Yunxi and Gu Beiyue's words. He added, the longer the civil war drags on, the greater the internal friction and losses, and the greater the demand. As long as Jun Xie and the Northern Dynasty's emperors are evenly matched, the civil war will drag on for half a year before both sides are crippled. As Long Fei Yi spoke, he ordered, Su Donglin, send a letter back to Yangxin Pharmacy to prepare the medicine. Also, tell manager Luo to send a few carts of grain to the Northern Dynasty's emperors. Kangon Private Bank was a huge financial house. Naturally, there were some profitable businesses under the financial house, such as salt, sugar, and grain. Noble consort Xiao had long reported to the Northern Dynasty's emperors about their lack of grain. Now was the time to find a few grain merchants to swindle the Northern Dynasty's emperors. Gu didn't like these political battles and was too lazy to pay attention to them, but he understood as soon as he heard them. He clicked his tongue a few times and said, Long Fei Yi, you're the most despicable one. Political tactics, despicable, scheming, shrewd, clever, and wise were all words that had different meanings in different situations and different people. Long Fei Yi was very clear on what he wanted, so he never cared about other people's opinions. He only knew that if he wanted to rule the world, he had to be unafraid of its curses. One day he would be the one to write the history of Cloud Realm Continent. Then the common people would have their own opinions. Long Fei Yi said, everyone go make preparations. There's no need to wait for the war horses to arrive. Ning Qing will definitely give Jun Xie the soldiers' pay and provisions first. Northern Li's civil war is coming soon. Since he'd already given Jun Xie the medicine, Ning Qing knew it was time to pay and provisions. Long Fei Yi's guesses were right. On the second day after Pill Fiend Pharmacy agreed to give him the medicine, Ning Qing went to find Jun Xie of his own accord. He said, I'm afraid we'll fail at Qingyang Prefecture. I've ordered the army to prepare to retreat to Heong Pass. Jun Xie was a little surprised. He assumed that the Ning clan troops could defend Qingyang Prefecture for at least a month. How much longer can they hold out? He asked. They'll lose Qingyang Prefecture within 10 days. Ning Cheng's expression was heavy. You! Jun Xie was furious. When did the Ning clan troops become so weak? Ning Qing gave a cold snort. Hee, if you let me go back, I promise I can hold out for 2 months. Ning Qing wasn't with the army, so his deputy generals had misled the troops. This was a very convincing reason. Jun Xie pursed his lips and pretended not to hear. His hand tapped on the map on the table in a hurry, revealing his inner uneasiness. Ning Cheng's lips curved into a cold smile as he stood in the shadows, unmoving. The phoenix feather mask covered one of his eyes. His other eye was hidden in the shadows, and his gaze was deep and cold. It was even more unfathomable than the mysterious phoenix feather mask. Jun Xie pondered for a long time before he finally cracked a joke. Ning Qing, you don't have to go back. The war horses should arrive in Tianning in 7 days or so. Why don't you give them their pay and provisions first? Ning Qing was waiting for Jun Xie to say those words, but he pretended to hesitate. How much do you want? Previously, when Jun Xie had demanded a lion's share of 1 billion, Ning Qing had haggled and promised to give him 500 million as soon as they got the horses. The remaining 500 million would be given later. Ning Qing wasn't just a soldier, but a merchant as well. Although he had been quiet in the army these days, he had long settled June Isie's debt. June Isie's current expenses were nothing more than a few. The first was the pay and provisions for his own cavalry, the second was the pay and provisions for the various powers in Northernly, the third was the cost of roping in the middle powers, and the fourth was the cost of buying and transporting horses from Wintercrow country. Currently, the second batch of horses numbered around 30,000 and were about to arrive at Sky River City. If not for the tight costs, they would have arrived a few days ago. Meanwhile, the third batch of horses was still in Wintercrow country and had yet to be paid. June Isie's plan was to use the second batch of horses to attack the Northern Dynasty's Emperor's forces from the central and southern regions of Northernly. June Isie was in the southwest, while the Wintercrow country was in the northwest. Once the pay and provisions were in place, he could send someone to Wintercrow country to bring back the third batch of horses. At the same time, he could lead his cavalry to attack the Northern Dynasty's emperors from the northwest. In any case, June Isie had made ample preparations to attack the Northern Dynasty's emperors from three sides. Everything was ready except for money. He wasn't in a rush, but now that the Ning clan troops were being routed, he had to be on guard against the Long Fei Yi for 3 months. Thus, the sooner Northernly's civil war broke out, the safer his rear would be. 200 million. Compared to the agreed-upon 500 million, June Isie could be considered to have made a profit this time. Seeing Ning Qing hesitate, he said seriously, "Ning Qing, the sooner I deal with the Northern Dynasty's emperors, the sooner I can go down south to help you. Think carefully. 100 million. Ning Qing acted as if there was no room for discussion. It's enough for your expenses for 3 months and the debt from the Wintercrow country. I'm making an exception. As long as the horses are in the hands of the Ning clan troops, the remaining money will not be reduced." 100 million was far more than enough for June Isie to fight against the Northern Dynasty's emperors. Ning Qing didn't plan to give June Isie any more money. He also understood that June Isie couldn't be too weak. Once he was too weak, he would be suppressed by the Northern Dynasty's emperors, and this war wouldn't last long. A war that didn't last long would only end with one side losing. It would never end with both sides suffering heavy losses. Spending some money to let June Isie deal with the Northern Dynasty's emperors was better than the Ning clan troops charging in personally. With the agreement in place, June Isie didn't force Ning Qing. He also knew that 100 million was enough for him to spend a lot. Just like that, Ning Qing straightforwardly gave June Isie 2 gold cards and told him the designated bank. He also wrote a letter for him to withdraw the money. A few days later, Han Yunshi and the others received news of the civil war in Northernly at the three-way black market. June Isie was waiting for the second batch of horses and cavalry to get used to each other. The forces in the south and central regions were the ones mobilizing the troop. However, after waiting for another 2 days, Han Yunshi and the others received news from Ning Qing. June Isie's beast tamers were very good at controlling the horses. In a few days, June Isie would send troops up north. And it was also in these few days that June Isie would make arrangements for Ning Jing, Mu Linger and Su Xiao. Chapter 994. June Isie was ready to send his troops to the north at any time. Han Yunshi and the others were waiting. Ning Cheng was also waiting for June Isie to make arrangements for Su Xiaoyu and the other hostages. Bringing hostages into battle was just asking for trouble. June Isie was not that impulsive. He would either keep the hostages imprisoned in Tianhe City or secretly transfer them to another place. Early in the morning, June Isie personally came to find Ning Qing. "I'll take you to a good place. Do you want to come?" he asked with a smile. Recently, his mood had been very good. "Where?" Ning Qing asked. You'll know when we get there." June Isie gave a look and the attendant came over to help Ning Qing put on the blindfold. Ning Qing more or less guessed something, but he did not ask. Under the guidance of the attendant, he followed June Isie into the carriage. Along the way, Ning Qing did not say anything. He silently calculated the time, according to the bumpiness of the carriage, the terrain, and the road conditions. The carriage ran very fast. They only got off when it was close to noon. Jun Yixie seemed to be afraid of revealing something, so he did not say a word. After walking for a while, Jun Yixie personally took off Ning Qing's blindfold. Ning Qing then realized that Jun Yixie had not only brought him, but also Ning Jing and the others. Ning Qing glanced and found that Ning Jing, Mu Linger, Su Xiaoyu, Deacon Jin, and Uncle Cheng had all come. As for Bai Yuqiao, she was standing behind them with an unsightly expression. They were in a dense forest. It was so dense that they could not see the road. Not far away there were two small courtyards. The walls were quite high. Under the cover of the trees, it was very hidden. If the sky was a little darker, he would not be able to see the outline of the house. Ning Qing quickly understood that Jun Yixie intended to imprison the hostages here. However, there was nothing special about this place other than the fact that it was hidden. Fortunately, he had the foresight to find an opportunity in the past few days to tell Ning Jing everything that needed to be told. Otherwise, he would never have the chance to talk to Ning Jing alone again. Jun Yixie, what are you doing? If you have the guts, go fight with my sister one-on-one. What's the point of kidnapping me? Mu Linger scolded angrily. Ning Jing was silent. Although she was covered by a loose skirt, she still stood behind Mu Linger and tried to straighten her back, afraid that Jun Yixie would notice something was wrong. Su Xiaoyu was still a little unsteady on her feet and had to be supported by a servant girl. She looked at everyone with shifty eyes. No one knew that she was thinking about her real name in her heart and did not say anything. Jun Yixie looked towards Mu Linger and suddenly opened his mouth to roar at her. Mu Linger was shocked and retreated a few steps before scolding, "Lunatic, I'm not afraid of you." Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, waves of tiger roars suddenly came from all directions, causing the entire dense forest to tremble. There were tigers, and there were quite a few of them. Everyone finally realized the danger of this place. Mu Linger was alarmed. Hearing the bursts of tiger roar, she only felt her hair stand on end. Heavens, Jun Yixie actually raised tigers to guard them. This guy was really a lunatic. She obediently shut her mouth, afraid that if she spoke any more, she would attract the tigers' attention and become the target of their attack. Ning Qing pondered in his heart. The Black Clan understood the language of beasts and were good at controlling animals. The tigers around them must have been domesticated by Jun Yixie. Jun Yixie locked the hostages here. Not only did he arrange for poison guards to guard them, he also arranged for a group of tigers to guard them. This defense was indeed very thorough and tight. If it wasn't for Bai Yuqiao, this insider, saving Ning Jing and the others would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Ning Qing inadvertently looked towards Bai Yuqiao and saw that Bai Yuqiao's brows were tightly knitted. All his attention was on Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu stays. Bring the others in. Jun Yixie lazily said. A complicated look flashed past Ning Qing's eyes, but he still didn't say anything. He originally thought that Jun Yixie would leave Uncle Cheng and Deacon Jin by his side. From the looks of it, Jun Yixie didn't leave anyone useful to him. Mu Linger struggled with all her might, but she was the first one to be sent through the door. Deacon Jin was very well behaved. He didn't need the attendants to escort him and walked in by himself. Ning Jing turned around and looked towards Ning Qing. Jun Yixie, what right do you have to lock me and Mu Linger together? If you let me stay by my brother's side, I promise to help you get the Tang sect's most powerful hidden weapon. Ning Jing was putting on an act. She couldn't wait for Jun Yixie to leave her here and not care about her. Uncle Cheng was really unwilling, but he acted out of character. He didn't make a fuss and obediently followed the attendant. The Tang sect? Haha, you don't have to be anxious. When this prince and your brother return in triumph, this prince will definitely discuss with the Tang sect master how to ransom you back. Jun Yixie looked towards Ning Qing and asked, "Don't you agree?" "You decide," Ning Qing said coldly. Jun Yixie had brought him here today to let him personally witness the dangers of Tiger's prison and to let him personally see Ning Jing being locked up. He was undoubtedly warning him that if he dared to play any tricks in the future, Ning Jing wouldn't have an easy time. "When the time comes, you just have to return Mu Ling to me. Let's make it clear that this hostage is mine," Ning Qing added. "No problem." Jun Yixie laughed heartily. She was already locked up here. When the time came, it was up to him to decide how to use her. Ning Jing was his chess piece to pin down Ning Qing, and also a chess piece to rope in the Tang sect in the future. Mu Ling was an important bargaining chip for him to use against Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi in the future. These people were too important. He had no choice but to use Tiger's prison to imprison them. After taking them in, Jun Yixie said to Bai Yuqiao, "Lock Su Xiaoyu up in the dungeon. I'll leave this place to you. If you still can't find out the whereabouts of the perplexing butterfly illusion before I return, you don't have to stay by my side anymore." Bai Yuqiao's heart was incomparably heavy, but he still forced a smile. "Senior brother, this is Tiger's prison. Forget about the fact that no one can find this place. Even if someone could, they wouldn't be able to enter. I don't want to stay. It's so boring. I want to go to war with you." Jun Yixie glanced at him haughtily. "If you don't want to stay, you can scram right now." Bai Yuqiao immediately lowered his head and shouted at Su Xiaoyu exasperatedly, "What are you looking at? Come with me." After leading Bai Yuqiao and Su Xiaoyu into another small courtyard, Jun Yixie finally looked around and clapped his hand. Very quickly, several tigers slowly walked out from the surrounding forest. These tigers were all white tigers. However, unlike the average white tiger, these tigers' eyes were scarlet red. Each of them stared at Ning Qing like a tiger eyeing its prey, as if they could pounce on Ning Qing at any moment to tear him apart and devour him. Poison corpses? Ning Qing couldn't help but raise his guard. Jun Yixie had many poison men under his command, and he had also raised some poison corpses. Humans could be used to raise poison, and so could tigers. If these tigers were raised by Jun Yixie, then it wouldn't be difficult to raise them as poison. Haha, Honorable Ning's knowledge is not small. Jun Yixie laughed. "This is the first time I've seen it," Ning Qing said as he observed these white tigers. There were a total of 6 of them, and although they were eyeing him covetously, without Ning Qing's next order, they didn't move at all. Since they were poison corpses, it wouldn't be easy for Bai Yuqiao to kill these tigers with poison. Ning Qing finally understood why Bai Yuqiao's expression was so ugly just now. However, he still had some questions that he couldn't figure out, and he had to ask Bai Yuqiao. Jun Yixie waved his hand and summoned a red-eyed white tiger. Once the red-eyed white tiger approached him, it meekly lay down at his feet. Jun Yixie gently stroked the tiger's forehead and smiled at Ning Qing, saying, "Although my black tribe can speak the language of beasts, it isn't easy to tame such ferocious beasts. I spent several years to tame them. Ning Qing, when we return in triumph, I'll give you one." "Not interested. What's mine, I don't want less." Ning Qing wasn't polite at all. Jun Yixie laughed, straightforward. "Let's go. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we'll head north with my troops and gallop through the grasslands." Since they were setting out tomorrow, Ning Qing would only have a chance to see Bai Yuqiao tonight and deliver the secret letter. He looked towards the courtyard not far away, unsure if Bai Yuqiao would be able to leave this place tonight. Ning Qing was still blindfolded before he was sent away. The time spent on the way back was much shorter than the time spent on the way to go. The way to go and the way back was definitely different. At night, Jun Yixie invited Ning Qing to the barracks to drink. Late at night, he ordered someone to send him back to the barracks. Ning Qing stood outside the barracks for a moment. He really hoped that when he went in, he would see Bai Yuqiao already waiting for him. Unfortunately, when he went in, there were only 2 attendants in the barrack. It was already late at night. Could Bai Yuqiao still come? That night, Ning Qing sat leaning against the bed with a finished letter in his hands as he waited. Unknowingly, time passed. Seeing that the sun was about to rise, many soldiers in the barracks had already woken up. If Bai Yuqiao still didn't come, he wouldn't have a chance to see her alone. Just when Ning Qing was about to give up, Bai Yuqiao suddenly barged in. She gave silver to the soldier in the tent, and whispered a few words to him, and he went out. Ning Qing quickly stood up. Before he could say anything, Bai Yuqiao said, "Ning Qing, I really can't follow the army. That place is called Tiger's Prison. I know where it is, but I can't bring anyone out. I'll ask you one last time, can you save my little sister or not?" "I can't save her, but Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi can definitely save her," Ning Qing replied in a low voice. Bai Yuqiao was shocked. Bai Yuqiao always knew that Ning Qing wasn't sincere in cooperating with her senior brother, but she never thought that Ning Qing would actually work with Long Fei Yi. So, the East Qin army and the Ning family army's recent battles were just an act? They were working together to harm her senior brother. "You just need to help Ning Jing send a letter. I promise that before Jun Yixie comes back, Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi will definitely come to save them," Ning Qing said. If Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi worked together, even her master would be afraid, not to mention her senior brother's white tigers? Bai Yuqiao was suddenly enlightened. "Ning Qing, you want to reap the benefits. You're so despicable. You don't have to join us, Su Xiaoyu can also join." Ning Qing had an indifferent expression, "Only, you'll have to bear the consequences." At this time, Ning Qing dared to tell Bai Yuqiao everything. He wasn't afraid that Bai Yuqiao would tell on him. "You promised me you wouldn't kill my senior brother." Bai Yuqiao was excited. This was her bottom line. "Don't worry, I can still spare his lowly life." When Ning Qing said this, his heart was cold. If he didn't let Jun Yixie die, then Jun Yixie's life would be worse than death. Chapter 995. Ning Qing handed the prepared secret letter to Bai Yuqiao. "Send it to Myriad Merchant Hall immediately. Also, if news of Ning Jing's pregnancy gets out, our cooperation will be terminated." Apart from the fact that Bai Yuqiao couldn't rescue them, she still had a lot of power in Tiger's Prison. She could arrange for her men to guard Ning Jing and Mu Ling. At this critical juncture, even if Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi could come to rescue them, they couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, Jun Yixie would definitely change his mind and be more cautious about sending troops north. Therefore, the only thing Ning Qing could do now was to protect Mu Ling, and Ning Jing for a limited time. Bai Yuqiao's defection was his fortune, but it was even more so for Ning Jing and Mu Ling. If it weren't for Bai Yuqiao, no one would have known that the situation would develop to this point. Bai Yuqiao had no choice. She fiercely snatched the secret letter and stuffed it into her sleeve. "Ning Qing, remember what you said today. My senior brother is about to lose his life. I'll definitely make you pay for it." Bai Yuqiao hurriedly left. Ning Qing exhaled. He knew that the matter was settled. All that was left was to wait. If Jun Yixie found out about today's arrangement one day, it would greatly facilitate the cooperation between Ning Qing and Long Fei Yi. How much would he regret it? When Han Yunxi and the others received Ning Qing's last letter, it was already early in the morning. The civil war in Northern Li had already begun. When Han Yunxi and the others received news of the civil war and Ning Qing's letter, they could finally relax for a while. The situation was better than they'd expected, and it was also a few days earlier than they'd expected. As long as they could confirm that Ning Jing and Ling were safe for the time being, they could rest assured and head south. Bai Yuqiao not only sent a secret letter from Ning Qing, but also a secret letter from Ning Jing. This secret letter was naturally for Tang Li. Tang Li squatted at the side and watched quietly. There wasn't much content, but he read it 3 times and started from the first word again. Tang Li, what's in the letter? Long Fei asked. He wrote it for me, Tang Li answered. With his reply, everyone knew that this letter had nothing to do with the big picture. It was just a private conversation between the couple. Actually, Ning Cheng's secret letter didn't specify the location of Tiger's prison, but Ning Jing's letter was very clear. She'd asked Bai Yuqiao about it in detail. No one knew what else Ning Jing wrote, but Tang Li was actually very calm. He didn't make a fuss and even took the initiative to say, "Big brother, you should go and come back early. I'll wait here. If there's any news, I'll immediately report it to you." He already knew where his wife and children were imprisoned, but he could still calm down and wait. What kind of reason did he need? What did Ning Jing's letter say? Everyone guessed that Tang Li's calmness had something to do with Ning Jing's letter, but they didn't ask. "Princess, Your Highness, this subordinate will be a burden if I follow you south. How about this subordinate also stay? First, I can help sect Master Tang, and second, it'll be easier for me to deal with Medical City and Pill Fiend Pharmacy," Gu Beiyue said seriously. The three-way black market really did need someone to stay behind to discuss and communicate with Myriad Merchant Hall. As the son-in-law of the D clan, Tang Li was the most suitable candidate. Tang Li was impatient, so Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi couldn't be more at ease with someone as calm as Gu Beiyue helping him. The two of them immediately nodded in agreement. The sooner they went south, the sooner they could come back to save the people. When spring came next year, Jun Yixie and the Northern Dynasty's emperors would be almost done fighting. When they came back, they would first save the people and then slowly deal with Jun Yixie. In reality, Long Fei Yi was even more impatient than Tang Li. He wanted nothing more than to immediately cut Jun Yixie into pieces and avenge Han Yunxi's humiliation. It was just that he hid it all in his heart and didn't show it. He said indifferently, "We'll set out tonight. No one is allowed to delay. We'll try to reach Qinchuan Water City in half a month." Although their plan was very thorough, Bai Yanqing was still an unpredictable factor that could affect their movements at any time. Therefore, not only was time tight, but their mission was also very important. Not only did they have to find the Seven Fiends' dagger, they also had to continue investigating the fire of 10,000 poisons. Against someone like Bai Yanqing, who was impossible to guard against, the only change was to quickly master all the medicinal catalysts for the perplexing butterfly illusion. That night, after Han Yunxi and the others bid farewell to Tang Li, they secretly left East Origin Hall. They didn't even alert Myriad Merchant Hall. Their whereabouts represented their safety. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Long Fei Yi wouldn't allow it to be exposed. Although time was tight, Long Fei Yi still arranged for a carriage. He couldn't bear for Han Yunxi to rush about too much. His and Han Yunxi's carriage moved forward, while Bailey Mingxiang and Su Donglin followed behind. Gu didn't like carriages, so he rode in front to lead the way. His speed was extremely fast. Fortunately, Uncle Gao and Su Donglin's driving skills weren't bad, so they were able to catch up. Fortunately, Long Fei Yi's carriage was sturdy and stable enough. Otherwise, with their speed, it would have been impossible to avoid flipping over. Day after day they headed south. The civil war in Northern Li grew more intense with each passing day. On the 15th day, Han Yunxi and the others really did arrive at Qinchuan Water City. Qinchuan Water City was located at the border between the South Central Commander-in-Chief's office and Tianan. It was under Tianan's jurisdiction, and was an ancient city with a long history. It was also a very famous water city within Tianan. The reason why it was called a water city was because there were hundreds of water systems in the city, crisscrossing each other. Every household had a river flowing through their door, and every household had a river flowing through their door. Boats were also a necessity for every household. Almost all of the transportation in the city relied on boat. Unlike other water cities, Qinchuan Water City had a very big characteristic. This water city was in the shape of the 8 trigrams, with a total of 8 city gates. The hundreds of water systems in the city were actually formed after the 8 main water systems flowed in, forming intricate and complicated branches. And the 8 city gates were built on top of the 8 main water systems. In the center of Qingchuan Water City was a not small lake called Yinqing Lake. The houses were distributed in a ring around this lake, one ring at a time. If one stood at the highest point at night, every house would be lit, and they would see a very beautiful 8 trigrams spectacle. At this moment it was night. Han Yunxi and the others had already entered the city. They were sitting on a boat, heading to the inn where they were staying. It was strange to say that once they entered the city, the waterways were very lively. There were lights on both sides of the river, and there were many boats going back and forth. Many people were even singing ballads on the boat. But the closer they got to the center of the city, the fewer lights there were, and the more deserted the waterways were. Logically, the closer to the center of the city, the more lively it should be. This Qingchuan Water City was the opposite. Long Feiye's spies found out that 2 months ago, there was a strange incident in Qingchuan Water City. Every few days there would be a woman killed. So far there were already 6, and the way the deceased died was the same. The abdomen was stabbed, and the murder weapon was a dagger. However, after the coroner's examination, he found that the cause of death was not the abdomen wound, but bleeding from the 7 orifices. As for the cause of bleeding from the 7 orifices, he still couldn't find out. Now, all the corpses were frozen in the memorial hall, and the inn where Han Yunxi and the others were staying was near the memorial hall. "Why are there fewer and fewer people?" Han Yunxi asked. Seeing that no one answered her, the old boatman said, "Yinqing Lake has been strange since ancient times. Everyone doesn't dare to get too close. Many feng shui masters have said that the closer you are to Yinqing Lake, the worse the feng shui is. The city wasn't lively in the first place, and there were several murder cases by the lake a while ago, so it was even more deserted." The old boatman asked, "Is this the first time you've come to Qingchuan Water City? It's not fun here. This old man advises you to hurry back if there's nothing important." Although Han Yunxi and the others were in disguise, their temperament couldn't be concealed. One look and you could tell that they were either rich or respectable. At first, the old boatman didn't dare to say much. It was only after hearing Han Yunxi's words that he dared to remind them. Before Han Yunxi and the others came, they naturally investigated those murder cases clearly. Han Yunxi opened her mouth to ask the boatman to know if what they heard was true. Sure enough, after a conversation, the situation was similar. The deceased were all women and died in the same way, which proved that the murderer was the same person. Now they only wanted to confirm one thing. Those 6 women were bleeding from the 7 orifices. Was it because of poisoning? As long as the corpses were still there, it wasn't difficult for Han Yunxi to figure out this matter. After arriving at the inn, Han Yunxi originally intended to go directly to the coffin home. But seeing that it was late at night, she was afraid that it would delay the dual cultivation, so she could only drop the idea. Gu wasn't at all well behaved. When he saw Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi enter the house, he quietly left the inn and went to the coffin home. After days of rushing about, even if it was by carriage, it was still very tiring. In addition, Han Yunxi didn't delay her cultivation in the poison storage space. After she and Long Feiyi finished their dual cultivation homework, she fell asleep exhausted. However, the next morning they were awakened by the noise outside. When she and Long Feiyi finished packing and opened the door, they saw that Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang were already outside. "What's going on?" Long Feiyi asked. "Your Highness, the coffin home is on fire," Su Donglin replied. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi panicked and rushed out. The two of them stood on the balcony on the 2nd floor of the inn and could see that the coffin home had turned into a sea of fire not far away. The coffin home was surrounded by waterways, and it was easy to put out the fire. How did the fire burn so fiercely? When did this happen? Long Feiyi asked. "Just now." It suddenly caught on fire and there was no time to save it. Su Donglin replied truthfully. Did they use oil? Han Yunshi asked seriously. Long Feiyi, let's go and take a look. No matter what the cause of the fire was, it was definitely man-made. It was very likely that they wanted to destroy the corpses they were investigating. Time was too tight, otherwise they would have gone over last night. Where's Gu? Long Feiyi asked. With such a big commotion, Gu should have been awakened. I haven't seen him since early morning. Maybe he went over early? Su Donglin replied. Long Feiyi was least worried about Gu. He didn't ask much and immediately rushed to the coffin home with Han Yunshi. As soon as they got close to the place, Han Yunshi smelled a strong smell of oil. Someone must have used a large amount of oil for the fire to burn so fiercely. With such a big fire, even if the corpses were frozen, they would have been burned to ashes. Isn't this fire too coincidental? Han Yunshi said with annoyance. Long Feiyi was also very regretful, but last night's dual cultivation had to continue. He said lightly, let's go and see what the magistrate court can find out. Han Yunshi didn't leave. Let's wait. If there are some skeletons left, maybe we can examine them. The poison that bled from the 7 orifices must be highly toxic and could easily enter the bones. Therefore, the skeletons were Han Yunshi's last hope. They sat down in a nearby tea house and waited quietly for the fire to be put out. Helplessly, the fire only died down a little when night fell. Su Donglin looked for Gu the whole day but couldn't find him. He hurried back and whispered, Your Highness Princess Gu is missing. Chapter 996. The person they didn't have to worry about the most had actually met with an accident. Su Donglin couldn't find Gu after searching for an entire day, and Gu didn't come to look for Han Yunshi and the others either. Was he at the inn last night? Long Feiyi asked. Su Donglin was in a difficult position. Your Highness, this subordinate isn't sure. Su Donglin was only responsible for the safety of His Highness and the princess's room, while the shadow guard lurking in the shadows protected Bailey Mingxiang. Gu really didn't have anyone to care about. However, Gu didn't need anyone to care about him either. Su Donglin remembered that a long time ago, His Highness had ordered people to watch Gu. That was just watching and guarding against Gu Qishao, not protecting him. Su Donglin knew Gu Qishao's secret as well. If Bai Yanqing was still in danger after encountering the perplexing butterfly illusion, then Gu was simply invincible. In this world, as long as he didn't want to, who could do anything to him? Long Feiyi and Su Donglin both knew the truth about Gu, but Han Yunshi didn't know anything. In Han Yunshi's eyes, Gu's poison skills were exquisite and his martial arts were first-rate, but he wasn't a very powerful expert. At least, before Long Feiyi's martial arts had improved greatly, Gu couldn't beat Long Feiyi. Previously, he had sparred with Jun Yixie, who also knew poison, but he couldn't beat him. Han Yunshi was still anxious. Something must have happened when he went out last night. Hurry up and search the entire city. If something had happened at the memorial hall, it would have caused quite a commotion. Gu wasn't stupid. Even if he couldn't beat them, he would at least make a big commotion and attract them. Either something happened last night, or something happened to him today. Long Feiyi tactfully suggested another possibility. He ordered, Su Donglin, search carefully. There were no clues at all. They could only wait for Su Donglin to find it. Han Yunshi's heart was uneasy. She felt that they were at a disadvantage this time. She looked at the raging fire and silently prayed that this fire would leave her some remains, even if it was just a little bit. It was late at night, but the fire was still burning. Han Yunshi and the others could only return to the inn. After the dual cultivation, neither of them felt sleepy. They stood on the balcony and observed the situation of the fire while waiting for Gu's news. There was still no news of Gu. In the middle of the night, the fire had really subsided. There were only a few places where the broken wood of the house was still burning. A place like a morgue only had one function, and that was to store corpses. Generally speaking, there were three situations. The first was that the grave had not been properly prepared and the coffin could not be buried. This was considered a temporary resting place. The second was that the family was poor and had no money to bury the corpse. They could only temporarily place the corpse in the morgue and think of ways to raise money. The third was that before the murder case was solved, the corpse could not be buried and could only be placed in the morgue for protection. Therefore, even in the middle of the night, many family members gathered around the fire and refused to leave. Some came to cry, some came to pay their respects, and some came to wait for the magistrate to give an explanation. Long Fei Yi had already sent someone to the magistrate to find out the magistrate's attitude. The entire morgue was burned until nothing was left, and there was nothing that could be salvaged. The magistrate had actually given up on putting out the fire since this afternoon. Now, they had arranged for a few soldiers to be stationed here purely to prevent the people from fighting and causing a riot. At dawn tomorrow, the magistrate would send people to clean up the scene and find the remains from the ruins for a unified burial. This was the only consolation for the victims' families. Not long after, Su Donglin came to report, "Your Highness, everything is ready. After the bones are cleaned up tomorrow, we will have a quarter of an hour." Cleaning up the bones was a very low-level job, and the soldiers naturally would not do it themselves. The magistrate paid for the job and gave it to 6th Master Chai, an old man in the city who specialized in helping people collect corpses. 6th Master Chai was considered a contractor, and he could always hire some young people to help with this kind of work at a low price. This time was no exception. After Su Donglin found out, he bribed the magistrate and arranged 2 people for 6th Master Chai in the name of investigating the case. He asked 6th Master Chai to keep it a secret. Tomorrow, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi would only need to disguise themselves and join 6th Master Chai's team. They could openly look for the bones in the ruins. With Han Yunxi's ability, as long as she could get close to the ruins, she could activate the detoxification system to search. In addition, Su Donglin specially arranged a quarter of an hour in the name of investigating the case, so that His Highness and the princess could clean up all the bones alone. Han Yunxi listened to Su Donglin's arrangement and admired him. Su Donglin had only been in the magistrate's office for a day and a night, but he had already understood the workings of the magistrate's office so well. "It's really a waste if you don't work in the magistrate's office in the future," Han Yunxi said. "Hee, princess, you don't know. Actually, Su Donglin suddenly stopped talking. "What about you?" Han Yunxi asked. "Actually, I'm very stupid. I've been with your highness for a long time, and I've learned a little." Su Donglin flattered. Besides Han Yunxi, no one else could make Long Fei Yi smile with flattery. Long Fei Yi stared silently at the sea of flames. Han Yunxi wasn't in the mood to chat with Su Donglin either. She asked, "Still no news of Gu?" "Not yet. Princess, don't worry too much. Heaven helps the worthy. Unless he ran into a poisons expert, there's no way anyone could do anything to him. Yesterday morning, this subordinate had people set up ambushes at the 8th city gate. As long as Sir Gu hasn't left the city, we'll definitely find him." Su Donglin comforted her. "Send more people to keep searching." Han Yunxi could only place her hopes in this direction. She instructed, "Don't be too ostentatious, lest we expose our tracks." Su Donglin exhaled after he left. He'd almost spilled the beans just then. He wanted to say that Chu Shifeng had taught him how to deal with the authorities. Ever since he learned from Ning Qing that the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin had been instigated, Su Donglin had written a letter to Chu Shifeng. Unfortunately, the man hadn't replied. Su Donglin mused that Boss Chu still needs time to adjust. After confirming the location of the fire, Long Fei Yi said, "Go rest. We have to wake up early tomorrow." Han Yunxi wasn't sleepy at all. She said, "That bastard Gu, could he have snuck off to the Justice Department last night and run into the culprit?" She'd been mulling over all sorts of possibilities today. After much thought, she concluded that this was the most likely scenario. Long Fei Yi silently mused that it'd be great if he really did run into the culprit. He nodded perfunctorily at Han Yunxi. If Gu was here, Han Yunxi would never show concern for him. But since Gu wasn't here, Han Yunxi had no choice but to stop before going too far. Long Fei Yi was displeased on certain matters, and he'd get upset as soon as he said so. Han Yunxi would never forget how she, Long Fei Yi, and Gu had gone to the poison grounds to search for the earth of 10,000 poisons. The three of them had been trapped by the fire on a cliff. Long Fei Yi had supported her weight while she supported Gu's. When their lives had been hanging by a thread, Gu had scolded her seriously for the first time and demanded that she let go. She'd told him, "Since we've chosen to travel together, we'll never leave each other." After experiencing so much together, Gu was more than just their friend. He was like family and a comrade that they couldn't abandon. Some feelings had nothing to do with ambiguity, but they were still hard to explain. Han Yunxi changed the topic. Why did the culprit kill 6 girls in a row? What's his target? This case should be considered a serial murder case. She had seen a lot of cases before. The culprit either had a perverted mentality or some kind of fetish to use the same method to kill the same young girls. Or he had some kind of motive to kill as many people as he could to get something. A complicated look flashed past Long Fei Yi's eyes. He'd never thought that he would lie to Han Yunxi about other people's matters. However, even though he had the chance to tell her Gu's secret, he didn't do so in the end. Long Fei Yi had also been thinking about this case. It's been 5 days since the culprit last killed. If he wants to kill again, he'll definitely do it in the next 2 days. His words reminded Han Yunxi. She said, "Long Fei Yi, get someone to go to the lake and lure the snake out of its hole." The previous victims were all killed by the Yinyang Lake. This showed that the culprit had a preference for the location of the murders. If the culprit wanted to kill again, he would definitely do it in the same place. Long Fei Yi nodded. Han Yunxi immediately called for the shadow guard to arrange for the female mercenaries who were waiting outside the city to come over. Long Fei Yi was used to bringing the shadow guard with him when he went out, while Han Yunxi was used to bringing the poison guards and female mercenaries. In fact, Han Yunxi's power was gradually increasing. Under her arrangements, the female mercenaries in the City of Daughters had already started to learn the art of poison. She was thinking that when the female mercenaries were able to take charge, she would hand over all the poison guards under her to Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi's shadow guard was not proficient in the art of poison, so the poison guards could fill in the gap. Who knew if this plan of luring the snake out of its hole would lead to the culprit? Who knew if Han Yunxi would discover the whereabouts of the metal of 10,000 poisons from the skeletons at the scene of the fire? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi chatted until they fell asleep. They woke up early the next morning and dressed themselves in ragged clothes. Their hands were dirty, but it couldn't hide the noble air they were born with. After all, they were the descendants of Cloud Realm Continent's noblest bloodlines, the East and West Qin imperial clans. Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang both felt that something was off. In the end, Su Donglin helped Long Fei Yi put on a fake beard, while Bailey Mingxiang helped Han Yunxi disguise herself as a man and add a ring of stubble. Only then did the two of them manage to look a little destitute. By the time they reached the scene of the fire, 6th Master Chai's group had just arrived. 6th Master Chai glanced at Su Donglin without a word before tossing a pair of gloves and a basket to Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi didn't know any poisons, so he stayed by Han Yunxi's side. Han Yunxi began to search the area as soon as she entered the ruins. Although it looked like she was looking for skeletons, she was actually using her detox system to scan the area. Poisons that entered the bones were all extremely potent. Even if the 6 corpses didn't contain the metal of 10,000 poisons, the detox system would be able to tell as long as there were remains. If the dagger used to kill the victims was the metal of 10,000 poisons, then the poison would be even more potent. As long as there were remains, the detox system would be able to tell. Although the detox system couldn't detect the specific toxins in the water and earth of 10,000 poisons, it could still recognize the presence of the toxins. The same principle applied to the metal of 10,000 poisons. Han Yunshi searched the area carefully. She found 2 pieces of poisonous skeletons, but she gave up on them both times. This was because the detox system determined that there was poison in the bones as soon as it detected it. It was a very common poison that wouldn't cause blood to flow out of the 7 orifices. There were so many corpses in the memorial hall, so it wouldn't be strange if 1 or 2 of them were poisoned. What was strange was that Han Yunshi didn't find the poison she wanted even after all the skeletons were collected. What was going on? Just as Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi were analyzing the situation, the Shadow Guard hurriedly reported, "Your Highness, Princess, something big has happened by the lake." Chapter 997. Something big happened by the lake? What's the matter? Long Fei Yi asked. The 2 Shadow Guards were killed. Sui Yun is missing. The murderer's martial arts and swordsmanship are very strong. I heard a cry for help, but when I rushed over, I only saw a figure. It should be a woman. The Shadow Guard answered truthfully. Sui Yun was the female mercenary who carried out this mission. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi looked at each other, then rushed to Inyang Lake without saying anything. They didn't find anything at the memorial hall, but there was a result at Inyang Lake. The murderer should be the murderer of the 6 women's case. When Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi rushed over, Su Donglin had already arrived and was examining the bodies of the 2 Shadow Guards. Your Highness, Princess, the 2 Shadow Guards were killed by a sword. Their throats were slit. Su Donglin reported. Long Fei Yi squatted down and examined the bodies carefully. The swordsmanship is really good. Han Yunshi was shocked. She knew that if Long Fei Yi approved of it, it must be a very good swordsmanship. It must be better than all the Shadow Guards. Is Sui Yun alive or dead? Han Yunshi asked seriously. The Shadow Guard shook his head. When I heard the news and rushed over, I only saw the murderer's back. In other words, the Shadow Guard couldn't be sure if Sui Yun was killed and her body taken away, or if she was kidnapped. It seems that the murderer only uses a dagger to kill women, Long Fei Yi said calmly. The murderer had killed the 6 women with a dagger, and they all died from bleeding from the 7 orifices of their heads. Today, the murderer killed the 2 Shadow Guards with a sword. Although the sword was not poisonous, judging from the wounds, the murderer's sword must be a good one. The murderer fled to the right. I've already sent someone to track him down, the Shadow Guard replied truthfully. Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi did not expect that the murderer's martial arts would be so good. This time, they had alerted the enemy. They were afraid that the plan of luring the snake out of its hole could not be used again. They couldn't find any clues at the memorial hall, and if the Shadow Guardians didn't manage to find any clues, they would lose all their clues. Long Fei Yi checked the Shadow Guard's body again before standing up. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he just said, Su Donglin, arrange for a grand funeral. Han Yunshi looked back at the Inyang Lake. The surface of the lake was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. It was clean and pure. The scenery was so mesmerizing that Han Yunshi couldn't help but walk towards the lakeside. Long Fei Yi quickly followed and whispered, "This lake is strange. Don't get too close." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Yunshi stopped abruptly and exclaimed, "It's poisoned!" Just now, she might have been far away, but now, she was less than a step away from the lake. The detoxification system immediately warned her that there was poison in the water. It was not that the water was poisonous, but that someone in the lake had been poisoned. The detoxification system was very sensitive to human poisons. The detoxification system did not analyze the poison, but only determined that someone had been poisoned. Han Yunshi activated a deeper examination, but the results were the same. The analysis could not be done in detail. Long Fei Yi, there's someone in the lake who has been poisoned. Han Yunshi hesitated and added, "Based on my experience, it should be a corpse." "A corpse? Could it be Sui Yun's corpse?" Long Fei Yi immediately ordered the shadow guard to go into the water to salvage the corpse. "It's in the middle of the lake. It should be quite deep," Han Yunshi reminded. Who knew that the moment the shadow guard went into the water, Han Yunshi's detoxification system could not detect the presence of the poison. She said, "Quick, the corpse is sinking." Soon, the shadow guard surfaced. "Your Highness, Princess, there's a whirlpool in the water that's sucking the corpse in." "It's Sui Yun's corpse, that's right. This subordinate can't go down." "Go and call Bailey Mingxiang over," Long Fei Yi immediately ordered. Not long after, Bailey Mingxiang rushed over. After she asked about the situation, she went into the water without saying a word. However, not long after, she surfaced as well. "Mingxiang, what's the situation?" Han Yunshi asked anxiously. "Princess, can you let bodyguard Su go into the water with this servant? That corpse. This servant doesn't dare to touch that corpse." Bailey Mingxiang's voice was trembling. "I'll go down with you," Han Yunshi answered without hesitation. She could see that Bailey Mingxiang was very frightened. When Han Yunshi went down, Long Fei Yi naturally had to accompany her. The two of them went into the water together and were protected by Bailey Mingxiang in the light circle. When Han Yunshi approached, Bailey Mingxiang grabbed her hand and held it tightly. Although she begged to let Su Donglin go into the water, she didn't know if she could hold on without someone holding her hand. Bailey Mingxiang led Han Yunshi and the others into the whirlpool. The whirlpool's rotation was very small at first, but it became bigger as they went down. Han Yunshi held Bailey Mingxiang's hand. She calmed down a little and said seriously, "There must be some kind of power hidden under the water to form this kind of whirlpool. The bottom of the water is very deep. It won't be easy to go down." Soon, Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi saw Sui Yun's body. It was protected by Bailey Mingxiang in the light circle, and did not continue to sink. But, when Han Yunshi saw the body, she couldn't help but gasp. Long Fei Yi didn't have much of a reaction. He only ordered coldly, "Let's go over." Only then did Bailey Mingxiang dare to approach. The two light circles touched each other and merged into one. Sui Yun's body fell beside Long Fei Yi's feet. Even though Han Yunshi helped Bailey Mingxiang up, her hands were still trembling. She didn't dare to look and immediately led everyone to the surface of the water. After coming out of the water, Sui Yun's body was placed by the lake. When Su Donglin and the shadow guard saw it, they were all shocked. Even Su Donglin didn't dare to approach. Only Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi surrounded the body and examined it. For people who studied medicine, corpses were as normal as eating a meal. Han Yunshi wasn't afraid, but she couldn't believe it. This was because the body was soft like a human skin bag. All the bones were gone. What was the reason for killing someone like this? In addition to being surprised, Han Yunshi was filled with anger. She stared at the body and didn't move for a long time. "Is it poisonous?" Long Fei Yi asked. At this moment, Han Yunshi regained her senses. She took a deep breath and recovered her composure. Then, she began to examine the body seriously. Han Yunshi checked the wound, and the detoxification system began to check again. The detoxification system's result was the same as the previous one. It only knew that Sui Yun was poisoned. As for what kind of poison it was, it couldn't detect it at all. Han Yunshi found a dagger wound on the abdomen of the body. With these 2 points, Han Yunshi more or less knew what was going on. She then checked the 7 orifices of the body, including the eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Although the body had been soaked in water and the blood had been blurred, Han Yunshi still detected traces of poisonous blood in the 7 orifices of the body. Therefore, like the 6 women before her, Cui Yu was bleeding from the 7 orifices of the body. Han Yunshi told Long Fei Yi the result of the examination. It seems that the murder weapon is most likely the Qi Sha dagger. Han Yunshi was very strict about poisons. The reason why she said that the murder weapon was the Qi Sha dagger, and not the gold of 10,000 poisons, was because the poison on the dagger could be another kind of poison that could be fatal. It was just that the detoxification system didn't record it and couldn't detect it. There was only one way to determine whether the Qi Sha dagger was the gold of 10,000 poisons or not. That was to obtain the dagger and drip it into the perplexing butterfly illusion. This was the safest and most foolproof method. Of course, at this moment, Han Yunxi didn't care so much. There were only two things in her mind. The first was to find Gu, and the second was to take revenge. Revenge for Sui Yun, the shadow guard, and the 6 innocent girls. Long Fei Yi looked at the body and whispered, "There's only a wound on the abdomen. How did all the bones get pulled out? And the time was so short?" Yes, the time was very short. Just now, the shadow guard said that he rushed over after hearing that the 2 shadow guards were trying to save her. That meant that Sui Yun was killed first. After killing Sui Yun, the murderer had to remove Sui Yun's bones while dealing with the 2 shadow guards. Wasn't this a little too difficult? Han Yunxi was silent for a moment, then said with certainty, "Long Fei Yi, the murderer must be a bone collector. It must be." Only a bone collector had the ability to empty the bones of a corpse without destroying it. "I know why I couldn't detect the poison in the bones of the coffin home," Han Yunxi said again. "Before the murderer set the fire, she must have removed the bones of the 6 female corpses. She set the coffin home on fire to destroy the evidence. Today, she threw Sui Yun's body into the lake to destroy the evidence. She wants to cover up the matter of collecting the bones? What does she want to do with these bones?" Long Fei Yi asked suspiciously. "Su Donglin, go and investigate immediately. Secretly investigate all the corpse collectors and bone collectors in Qinchuan Water City, including all the shops that sell bone ornaments. I want to visit them one by one." Han Yunxi said coldly. Corpse collectors were people who specialized in collecting corpses. It was very common. However, a bone collector was a shady profession. The so-called bone collector was collecting human bones. Collecting human bones was divided into 2 categories: collecting the bones of living people and collecting the bones of dead people. In many evil cults, there would be worship of living people's bones. The bones of living people would be removed piece by piece, and the bones would be used to carve statues for worship. Collecting the bones of dead people was either stealing unburied corpses or digging up corpses that had already been buried. After a bone collector got the bones, there were many ways to sell them. It was better to sell them to wizards for magic, sell them to medical schools for research, sell them to collectors with special hobbies, bone carvers. From what Han Yunxi understood, many bone collectors would secretly collude with corpse collectors to make it easier for them to find corpses and learn about their condition. They'd also collude with bone carvings and jewelry shop owners to sell the bones to them. The murderer's bone collector ability was so brilliant that he didn't hesitate to set fire to the corpses. He must be an expert in this circle. As long as they asked around, they would be able to catch a few suspects. Su Donglin immediately took people to inquire about the news. Although Long Fei Yi had heard of bone collectors, he didn't know as much as Han Yunxi. He was very puzzled. How knowledgeable was this woman? The murderer only wants the bones of women. Why must he use the dagger Qi Sha to kill people? Why is that? Han Yunxi asked puzzledly. The murderer's martial arts were so good that he could kill people with a casual sword. Why would he use the dagger Qi Sha? Did he have other purposes or to create panic and confuse the investigators? Chapter 998. In the face of Han Yunxi's doubts, Long Fei Yi gave a rather certain answer. He said, "This matter must be related to the 7 demons' dagger. Otherwise, with the murderer's ability to collect bones, he didn't need to find a living person. He could have just found a few corpses in the memorial hall." The 7 demons' dagger was not an auspicious or inauspicious item. Was there any secret hidden in the 7 demons' dagger? Han Yunxi nodded. Now they could only wait for Su Donglin to return with the list so that they could search for the murderer. Although there weren't many clues, it wasn't difficult for Han Yunshi to find the murderer after determining the scope. This was because the detoxification system had already remembered the poison in Sui Yun's body. In other words, the detoxification system had already recorded the poison in the Seven Demons' dagger. If Han Yunshi encountered it again, the detoxification system would send out a reminder as long as it was within a certain distance. The Seven Demons' dagger was such an important and small item. The murderer would naturally carry it with him. It had to be said that the murderer hid it very well. If Han Yunshi's detoxification system didn't have such a powerful detection function, Han Yunshi wouldn't have been able to find the poison in the lake, and the corpse would never have been found. Generally speaking, a corpse would float to the surface a few days after sinking into the water, and then sink forever. However, there was a whirlpool in the lake. Sui Yun's corpse couldn't float to the surface at all. Therefore, no one would ever find the corpse. The corpse would disappear forever, just like the corpse in the memorial hall, leaving no clues for the investigators. Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi were discussing this issue when they suddenly stopped and looked at each other. Long Feiyi, could it be that the murderer knew that there was a whirlpool in the lake? Han Yunshi asked. It must be so. Otherwise, with her ability, she could have taken the corpse away and destroyed the evidence. There was no need to rush to get rid of it. Long Feiyi said. The murderer must have known that there was a whirlpool in the lake that could destroy the corpse forever, so she threw the corpse away and disposed of it. The Inyang Lake had always been a taboo in Qinchuan Water City. The people in Qinchuan City didn't like to get too close to the lake, let alone swim in it. How did the murderer know that there was a whirlpool in the lake? What was the power in the depths of the whirlpool? Bailey Mingxiang, go to the bottom of the lake and have a look. Long Feiyi ordered. Yes. Bailey Mingxiang didn't dare to look at Long Feiyi. She lowered her head and said, Your Highness, the bottom of the lake is very deep. With this servant's ability, it will take at least 2 or 3 days to reach the bottom. Long Feiyi nodded and ordered a shadow guard to accompany Bailey Mingxiang into the water. Be careful. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Han Yunshi looked at Bailey Mingxiang and said seriously, Be careful. With His Highness and Princess's words, the frightened Bailey Mingxiang became much braver. Just like in the illusory realm of the wordless monument, she earnestly reported, Your Highness, Princess, don't worry. This servant will definitely not disappoint you. Su Donglin, on the other hand, spent an entire night investigating the bone collectors. Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi didn't leave Inyang Lake. Since they had already alerted the enemy, they didn't mind staying here. This mystery seemed to have cleared up a little, but at the same time there were more doubts. I wonder how Gu is doing? Han Yunshi sighed softly. Fortunately, the murderer only wanted women's bones. Otherwise, she really couldn't imagine Gu's situation. Judging from the murderer's martial arts, it must be above Gu's. He has a tough life. He won't die. Don't worry. Long Feiyi said lightly. He didn't know when it started, but whenever Han Yunshi mentioned Gu, he didn't feel as disgusted as before. Had he changed his opinion of Gu Qishao? Or did he understand Han Yunshi's feelings better? Time always passed quickly while waiting. When it was time for dual cultivation, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi didn't waste any time. Long Feiyi cautiously had the shadow guards stand guard around them, not allowing anyone to approach. The matter of dual cultivation was related to their martial arts cultivation, and more importantly, it was related to their lives. They couldn't stop for a single day in 3 months, or else they could enter cultivation deviation. Long Feiyi's consequences would be even more severe than Han Yunshi's. By the time they finished cultivating, it was already late at night. Long Feiyi sat by the lake while Han Yunshi lay on the grass, her head resting on his lap. The two of them stared at the lake, their hearts calm for once. They had been too busy recently. They had been busy in the Bailey army, in the three-way black market, and in the 100 Poisons sect. Then they had rushed from 100 Poisons sect to the Poison sect to the three-way black market, then back to Water City from the three-way black market. The two of them were so busy that their feet touched the ground. They had forgotten how long it had been since they had sat down so peacefully, doing nothing, thinking nothing, just keeping each other company. Long Fei Yi gently played with Han Yunxi's hair and asked gently, "Tired?" Han Yunxi looked up and saw the moonlight illuminating Long Fei Yi's face. It made him look especially gentle, like the moon and water. "With you here I'm not tired," she replied. "Scared?" Long Fei Yi asked again. "With you here I'm not scared," Han Yunxi replied with a smile. As long as he was by her side, she wasn't afraid of anything. She wasn't tired. Perhaps this was called a sense of security. Long Fei gently caressed her cheek before taking her hand and placing it by his lip. "Then be good and sleep. I'll call you when Su Donglin comes." Han Yunxi wasn't sleepy at all, but hearing Long Fei Yi's gentle words made her want to sleep. She rubbed against his thigh for a long time before finding the most comfortable position to use as a pillow and curl up by his side. Even if she wasn't sleepy, she could still calm her heart and cultivate sleep, enjoying this moment of peace and quiet. Perhaps it was too comfortable, or perhaps it was too safe, but Han Yunxi soon began to feel drowsy. In her days, she only felt like they had returned to the bamboo hut in Jiangnan's plum blossom sea. He was sitting like this with her pillow on his thigh, quietly watching the falling snow. Unknowingly, she fell asleep. She couldn't go back this year, but she hoped she could next year. She had to go back. In her days, Han Yunxi began to talk in her sleep. "Fei, I'm here," Long Fei Yi intoned. I like you so much." Han Yunxi really was talking in her sleep. She was dreaming that she had returned to Jiangnan's plum blossom sea. Back then, she had already liked him very, very much. Long Fei Yi looked at her sleepy face and didn't answer, but his lips curved into a smile. He discovered that sometimes, watching her sleep was more satisfying than tormenting her. "I knew it long ago," he murmured. After daybreak, Su Donglin sent over a detailed list of names of all the corpse collectors, bone collectors, and bone ornaments shops in the city. One night wasn't long, so Su Donglin naturally had his ways and means to take care of everything. Otherwise, he wouldn't be worthy of being Long Fei Yi's #1 retainer. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi returned to the inn to tidy up and disguise themselves as a pair of husband and wife traveling the Jianghu. Long Fei Yi changed out of his usual black robes for a white brocade robe. He held a folding fan and looked like a noble young master. Han Yunxi wore a long pink dress and looked rather playful. When the two of them walked together, they didn't look like an old man and his wife, who had been married for many years, but like newlywed. In Su Donglin's eyes, the two of them looked at least 4 years younger. They weren't old to begin with, so their usual clothes were too low-key and steady, making them look more mature. Han Yunxi crossed off all the corpse collectors' names. She was only looking for them to find the bone collectors who were in cahoots with them. Since Su Donglin had helped her with this task, she could save herself some effort. It wasn't easy to find a corpse collector, but it was even harder to find a reason to interact with them. Therefore, Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi started their search from the bone jewelry store. They visited quite a few shops. Some of them hid the fact that they were selling human bones and lied that the bone products in their shops were made from the bones of large beasts. There were also some shops that told them directly that many of the large ornaments in their shops were made from human bones and were sold in imitation of beast bones. Long Fei Yi was responsible for selecting things, asking about the price and origin. Han Yunxi didn't say a word, observing the store owner and the servants in the store. At first, they didn't find anything. However, when it was close to night, they entered a store called True Love. This store was very special. The bone jewelry in the store wasn't big. They weren't ornaments but jewelry, head ornaments, and pendants. Moreover, they were all couples' designs. As soon as Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi entered the door, they noticed that there was only a servant and a proprietress in the store. The lady boss was very young. She was cold and beautiful, stunning anyone who saw her at first glance. Han Yunxi quietly started the detoxification system. Long Fei Yi just looked at the proprietress and whispered, "She's a martial artist. She knows martial arts." Han Yunxi didn't detect any poison. "I didn't find the dagger Qi Sha. Let's take a look." The proprietress didn't take care of them. She let them choose at will in the store. Han Yunxi walked around with Long Fei Yi and said, "Proprietress, is this the only style in your store? Is there anything special? I want to buy one for my husband." Today, Han Yunxi had already given Long Fei Yi a lot of gifts, but they were all thrown away by him as soon as he left the store. This was the first time this woman gave him a gift. Long Fei Yi was very helpless. The proprietress looked Han Yunxi up and down and said coldly, "If there's something special, you might not dare to give it to him." "There's nothing in this world that I don't dare to do." "What is it? Let's hear it." Han Yunxi pretended to be arrogant. However, the proprietress still didn't take her seriously. She said lazily, "It's the treasure of my store. It's called unforgettable." Unforgettable? This word made Han Yunxi immediately think of the signboard, "True Love," at the entrance. "What is it?" Han Yunxi was curious. Long Fei Yi also looked over, seemingly interested. Unexpectedly, the proprietress took out a dagger and pressed it on the table. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi were both alert. Han Yunxi quickly determined that the dagger wasn't Qi Sha. "What do you mean?" Han Yunxi asked. The lady boss raised her other hand. She was wearing a very special bracelet on her hand. This bracelet was programmed with hemp rope. There was a bead-shaped bone on the hemp rope. There seemed to be words engraved on it. The proprietress gently stroked the bone on the bracelet and said, "This was a gift from my husband on the day of my wedding. This bone was taken from the remaining bone in his body." Han Yunxi and Long Fei were both surprised. The proprietress then told Han Yunxi, "Engraved in the bones and engraved in the heart means taking a piece of bone from your body and polishing it into an ornament for your loved one. Madam, do you still dare to give it to him?" Chapter 999. Take out a piece of bone from the body and polish it into an accessory? When Han Yunxi heard this, her first reaction was, "Lady boss, what do you mean by a piece of bone?" Although she didn't know much about orthopedics, she knew that the bones in the human body were useful, and there was no such thing as a piece of bone. Even the tailbone left behind by human evolution had a hidden mechanism that had a great protective effect on the spine and nerve. Some people were born with 6 fingers and 6 toes, and it wouldn't hurt to remove the extra finger bones. Perhaps that situation could be called a piece of bone. But Han Yunxi didn't have such a thing on her body. If she had to find extra and useless bones on her body, it would be her wisdom teeth. Other than teeth being bones, teeth could also become a part of the bone. In modern times, there was a kind of bone removal surgery called bone transplant surgery. Many bone injuries would result in bone loss or necrosis, and a small piece of bone would need to be removed from the body to be implanted in the diseased bone defect. The part of the bone that was removed would grow new bone after a certain period of growth. Even in this kind of bone transplant surgery, there was no such thing as a piece of bone. A piece of bone is an extra bone. The lady boss's tone was indifferent, and she didn't have the enthusiasm of a businessman at all. Nonsense. Han Yunxi cursed in her heart. She played dumb and asked, "Is there an extra bone in a person's body? Where is it?" At the side, Long Fei Ye's brows were tightly knitted. Even if there were extra bones, he would never allow anyone to use a knife on Han Yunxi, not even Han Yunxi herself. Unexpectedly, the lady boss replied impatiently, "As long as you're willing, any piece of bone is extra." Han Yunxi almost scolded her for being crazy, but she held it in. She smiled and probed, "So, your husband really loves you deeply." Han Yunshi was very curious about which piece of bone the lady boss's husband took to make an accessory for her. Unfortunately, the lady boss didn't continue the conversation with Han Yunshi. The lady boss asked impatiently, "Madam, are you going to make it or not?" Han Yunshi didn't answer directly and asked again, "If I order it, do I use this dagger to dig out the bone?" The lady boss nodded. "Yes. What kind of accessory do you want? Different styles require different bones." Han Yunshi looked at the accessories in the shop and took a fancy to a ring. She smiled and said, "That one?" After confirming that Han Yunshi wanted to order the unforgettable, the proprietress's attitude improved a little. She turned to Long Fei and said, "This gentleman, I'll have to trouble you to show me your hand." Long Fei ignored the proprietress to knit his brows at Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi quickly took his hand and showed it to the proprietress, secretly tugging at his robes to indicate that he should cooperate with her. How could she as a child as well? She just wanted to see if the lady boss knew how to collect bones herself, or if there were other bone collectors hidden in the shop. The lady boss glanced at Long Fei's hand and couldn't help but say, "Sir's hand is really beautiful." Long Fei's hand was indeed beautiful. His hand was big, his fingers were long, and his knuckles were distinct. How many women in the world yearned to hold these hands? However, he only held Han Yunshi's hand. Long Fei didn't say anything. He was casually observing the shop assistant who was organizing things at the side. "Sir's finger can make an extremely beautiful pinky ring for Madam." The lady boss smiled and asked, "I wonder if Sir is willing to part with it? How long will it take?" Long Fei was even more direct than Han Yunshi. "If Sir agrees, it will take 2 hours," the lady boss replied. 2 hours to collect the bone and polish it. This speed was really unexpected. Han Yunshi quickly asked, "Then what about me? What kind of bone do I need to collect to make a pinky ring? How long will it take?" The lady boss suddenly grabbed Han Yunshi's wrist and pinched it, saying, "Hand bone, it will also take 2 hours. Then let's start now?" Han Yunshi asked again. 1,000 taels for the pinky ring and 500 taels for the pinky ring, the lady boss said. Han Yunshi was very incredulous. In the eyes of the lady boss, it seemed very normal to take a bone from one's body to make an accessory for one's beloved. Paying any price was not excessive. The lady boss actually didn't mention to them the consequences of taking out the bone and becoming disabled. "If I take out the bone, then wouldn't my hand be crippled?" Han Yunshi asked seriously. The lady boss's face suddenly darkened and she arrogantly said, "If you don't dare, then leave early. My little shop never forces customers. If you don't want to do it, it's meaningless to order this gift." Long Fei didn't say anything and put down the silver. Seeing this, the lady boss's expression finally improved. She lazily stood up and walked out of the counter. "The two of you, come with me." Long Fei tightly held Han Yunshi's hand and followed the lady boss to the backyard. When they reached the backyard, they saw 2 or 3 women carving bone accessories, while a man was forging a dagger. His right sleeve hung empty, obviously without an arm. Han Yunshi and Long Fei both noticed this one-armed man. Although he only had his left hand, it was very nimble and powerful. They saw him take out the dagger that had already been formed from the fire and step on the end. His left hand was hammered and he used all his strength to hammer it. "That's the boss, right?" Han Yunshi probed. She suspected that this man's arm had been chopped off by the lady boss to make an accessory. She didn't know if the lady boss heard her, but she didn't answer. The one-armed man didn't even look at them and hammered the dagger again and again. Han Yunshi didn't give up. She stopped in front of the one-armed man and asked, "Boss, does your family also sell daggers? How much is this dagger?" The one-armed man just didn't care about Han Yunshi. At this moment, the lady boss had already opened the door to a side room and urged, "Come and take out the bone." Han Yunshi glanced into the room and suddenly smiled. She said to Long Fei, "Hubby, why don't we stop? I'm scared." "Hubby? This was the first time Long Feiyi heard Han Yunshi say this word. Seeing her pretending to be timid, he couldn't help but put his arm around her shoulders and replied, "Then we won't do it." The lady boss stood at the door and sneered disdainfully, "You can't even bear to give a piece of flesh, how can you say you love him? Sir, you should divorce a wife like her as soon as possible." Han Yunshi looked back. She couldn't help but want to argue, but in the end, she didn't. She looked at Long Feiyi and said loudly, "My bones, my blood, my flesh, my person, and my soul are all yours. You have no reason to divorce me." Long Feiyi was stunned at first, but then he laughed out loud. He rubbed her bangs lovingly and smiled. "I won't divorce you. I will never divorce you." There was no reason for him to not want Han Yunshi. Never. With that, he held Han Yunshi's hand and strode out. The people left in the courtyard were all dumbfounded. The one-armed man, who had been keeping his head down, finally raised his head. He looked at the lady boss with a hint of sadness and helplessness in his eyes. The lady boss seemed to have suffered a huge blow as she muttered to herself, all of them, after Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi walked out of the shop True Love and confirmed that no one was following them, the two of them began to talk in low voices. "I didn't find the poison in the dagger Chi Sha. However, this lady boss is too suspicious," Han Yunshi said seriously. "That one-armed man also knows martial art. I don't know how good he is." Long Feiyi said. "Why did he forge a dagger? Looking at his posture, he looks like a swordsmith." Han Yunshi said. "We'll know when we come over later." Long Feiyi said lightly. Judging from the Shadow Guard's wound, the murderer's sword was not ordinary. His swordsmanship was not simple either. As long as he could exchange one or two moves, he would know what was going on. Now they were looking for the murderer. 1. They relied on Han Yunshi to detect the poison in the dagger Chi Sha. 2. They relied on him to test the murderer's swordsmanship. Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi went to a few more bone jewelry stores, but they didn't find anything. When night fell, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi both put on their masks and planned to sneak into True Love to test it out. News came from the Inyang Lake. Bailey Mingxiang came ashore and made a big discovery at the bottom of the lake. Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi immediately rushed over. Bailey Mingxiang and Su Donglin had been waiting by the lake for a long time. "Your Highness, Princess, there is indeed a force under the whirlpool at the bottom of the lake. This servant can't resist it and can't get too close. However, I can be sure that it's sword chi." Sword chi? Could it be that there was an ancient sword hidden at the bottom of the lake? If an ordinary sword was not controlled by the swordsman, it would not be able to burst out such a powerful sword chi. Only an ancient sword that had a powerful force could emit sword chi. If a swordsman wanted to control an ancient sword, he must first tame the sword chi of the sword. Otherwise, he would be devoured. The profound frost sword in Long Feiyi's hand was an ancient sword. Long Feiyi also spent a lot of effort to subdue it. Long Feiyi was overjoyed and asked Han Yunshi, "Let's go down and take a look?" Han Yunshi had already cultivated the power of nirvana. Now that she was dual cultivating with him, she had already mastered a complete set of swordsmanship. She had always lacked a sword. He had also been looking for one, but he couldn't find a satisfactory one. How powerful was it to be able to create a whirlpool at the bottom of the lake? Long Feiyi suspected that the ancient sword at the bottom of the lake was even more powerful than the profound frost sword in his hand. How could he miss out on such a good thing? How could he not give it to Han Yunshi? Han Yunshi's first thought was the murderer. The murderer's swordsmanship was so brilliant, and he knew that there was a whirlpool at the bottom of the lake. He must know that there was a sword hidden at the bottom of the Inyang Lake. The murderer had a dagger to kill people and take the bones. Could it be related to the sword at the bottom of the lake? Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi were quickly brought to the bottom of the lake by Bailey Mingxiang. They entered the center of the whirlpool and kept going down. The bottom of the lake was really deep. Han Yunshi felt that it was not like diving into a lake, but a bit like diving into a sea. After a while, they finally felt the existence of the sword qi. Your Highness, the princess's flowing light ball can only hold on until here. It will break if we go any further. Bailey Mingxiang was very cautious. Han Yunshi and Bailey Mingxiang could feel the strength and sharpness of the sword qi. It was as if there was a swordsman at the bottom of the lake, waving his sword at them. The sword qi was earth-shattering, rushing over in the water. However, Long Feiyi suddenly felt the baleful aura in the sword qi. The old man Kenshin said that ancient swords were divided into good and evil. The righteous ones had a venerable aura, while the evil ones had a baleful aura. Long Feiyi muttered to himself, such a strong baleful aura, could it be? Chapter 1000. Seeing Long Feiyi's shocked expression, Han Yunshi finally realized that the treasured sword at the bottom of the lake was an extremely good item. They hadn't even found the 7 demons' dagger, yet they had already picked up a treasure? What is it? Han Yunshi asked anxiously. It's the soul of Mo Xie's sword. Long Feiyi said seriously. The soul of Mo Xie's sword? Han Yunshi didn't understand. She had heard of Mo Xie's treasured sword before. Mo Xie was the wife of a swordsmith, Gan Jiang. Gan Jiang was ordered by King Wu to forge the sword. He gathered the essence of iron from 5 mountains and the essence of gold from 6 directions to forge the sword. Unfortunately, he still hadn't succeeded after 3 months. If he didn't hand over the sword on time, King Wu would take Gan Jiang's life. In order to save her husband's life, Mo Xie jumped into the furnace and the treasured sword shattered. The treasured sword had a male and a female, so it was named Mo Xie's Gan Jiang. Gan Jiang secretly hid Mo Xie's treasured sword and only gave the Gan Jiang treasured sword to King Wu. After King Wu found out, he was sentenced to death and Gan Jiang's soul was attached to the Gan Jiang treasured sword. Mo Xie and Gan Jiang were both treasured swords from the ancient times and also the swords of husband and wife. Han Yunshi only knew of the legend of Mo Xie's Gan Jiang, but she had never heard of Mo Xie's sword soul. I heard Master say that Mo Xie's treasured sword was destroyed 100 years ago, but the sword's soul remained. Mo Xie originally had a baleful aura, and after the sword's body was destroyed, the baleful aura became even stronger. If you want to subdue it, you must first get rid of the baleful aura, Long Feiyi said indifferently. What about Gan Jiang? Wasn't it destroyed? Han Yunshi asked curiously. Gan Jiang is in the forbidden area of Tianshan Kenzo. 3 venerables are guarding it. Long Feiyi said in a low voice. This was an extremely secretive matter on Sky Mountain. Other than his master, the 3 esteemed elders, and himself, no one else knew about it. No one in Tianshan Kenzo has been able to subdue Gan Jiang, right? Han Yunshi asked. Although Long Feiyi did not answer, he smiled helplessly. Could Han Yunshi be any smarter? Indeed, even the combined efforts of the 3 venerables could not subdue Gan Jiang, so they could only hide it. Long Feiyi had seen Gan Jiang's sword qi before. Mo Xie was the female while Gan Jiang was the male. Gan Jiang's sword qi was far stronger than Mo Xie's. However, because Mo Xie's sword had been destroyed, her hatred had increased. Now, Mo Xie's sword qi was not inferior to Gan Jiang's. Long Feiyi, Mo Xie is only left with her sword soul. How can she be subdued? Han Yunshi asked curiously. She has to be subdued with her sword body first, Long Feiyi answered. So you have to forge a new sword? Han Yunshi was in disbelief. Who can forge it? Han Yunshi was stunned when she heard this. She seemed to have thought of something and suddenly exclaimed, Long Feiyi, quick! Go find that one-armed man. He's very suspicious. Why? Long Feiyi did not understand. Let's go first. I'll explain it to you, Han Yunshi urged. Bailey Mingxiang did not dare delay and hurriedly escorted them to the shore. Long Feiyi took Han Yunshi and rushed to the True Love store. Long Feiyi, Xie jumped into the furnace and the sword was forged. It was because human bones can be used to forge swords. The phosphorus and calcium in human bones can absorb the impurities in the molten iron and the iron will become purer. Han Yunxi explained. Long Fei Yi did not understand the words, phosphorus and calcium, that Han Yunxi said, but he roughly understood what Han Yunxi meant. He immediately thought of the one-armed man in the True Love store. They did not understand why the one-armed man would forge a dagger in the bone jewelry store. Now it seemed that the man must have added human bones to the dagger. The murderer was a bone collector and knew that there was a mystery at the bottom of the lake. Then the murderer most likely wanted to use human bones to forge a sword to subdue Xie's sword soul. As for the connection between the sword, the Qi Sha dagger, and the 7 female skeletons, Han Yunxi had no idea. Her guess was just a guess. She could not be sure that the one-armed man and the lady boss were the murderers. However, they would rather admit their mistake than miss the chance. Whether the two were the murderers or not, as long as Long Fei Yi went to test them, it would be clear. When Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi arrived at the True Love store, they found that the store was empty. The backyard was also empty. There was no one. Was it because of their test today that they aroused the other party's vigilance? If so, then the lady boss and the one-armed man were even more suspicious. Long Fei Yi ordered the shadow guard to track down all the people who were related to this store. He immediately took Han Yunxi back to the Yinyang Lake. They did not guard the lake like last night. Instead, they found a place to hide. As long as Xie's sword soul was still there, then the murderer would definitely come to the lake. They could not escape. After Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi dual cultivated, they continued to guard the lake. That night, the murderer did not appear. The next morning, Su Donglin sent a message. Your Highness, this subordinate has investigated clearly. The people in that store never interacted with outsiders. The human bones used in the store were all found by the owner. They have never traded with any bone collectors in the city. What's their background? Long Fei Yi asked. This subordinate could not find out. I only found out that the store is 10 years old. The lady boss is a foreigner. She bought the store 10 years ago and started operating it. No one has seen the boss. Su Donglin answered truthfully. Long Fei Yi did not ask any more questions. He only said, stop all investigations. Do not alert the enemy. They waited for 3 days. During these 3 days, True Love did not open for business again. No one came back. If they were only suspicious before, then now Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi were very sure that the lady boss and the one-armed man were definitely related to this murder. They continued to wait. Unfortunately, after waiting for another 3 days, there was still no news. There were no more murders in the city. The magistrate court had been investigating the fire at the memorial hall, but there was no clear explanation. The magistrate court had no way to investigate because they did not know that the deceased's bones had been collected. Long Fei Yi, we can't wait any longer. Gu is in danger. Han Yunxi said seriously. In these 6 days, the murderer did not make any moves. There was no progress. Long Fei Yi was silent for a moment. He only said one word, okay. He immediately pulled out his sword and with a few somersaults, he flew to the sky above Yinyang Lake. He waved his sword and the wind surged. A wall of water rose from the calm lake like a water curtain. It was hung high and constantly rushed up. Everyone who was hiding in the surroundings was shocked. No one thought that His Highness martial arts had reached such a high level. Just one sword could cause the wind to surge and clouds to surge. Even Han Yunxi was shocked. She had dual cultivated with him every night, but she could not understand his true martial arts. His martial arts had improved so much. What about her? Aside from dual cultivation, Han Yunxi had never fought for real, so she wasn't very clear about her own strength. At this time, she did not have time to think about these things. She immediately ordered Su Donglin to arrange for all the guards to be on guard. Long Feiye's move was cutting off all means of retreat. His action was to tell the murderer that they already knew the secret at the bottom of the lake and had the intention to fight for it. If the murderer also had his eyes on Inyang Lake, he would definitely appear. Long Feiye stirred up the calm Inyang Lake into a stormy sea. The waves rose and fell one after another. The water curtain fell on one side and rose on the other. The entire Inyang Lake seemed to be experiencing an earthquake. It made people feel that the lake water would pour out at any time and drown the surroundings. This scene was soul-stirring. This was a magnificent scene. This scene was extremely beautiful. Just when everyone was unwilling to look away, Long Feiye suddenly held his sword with both hands. The sword pierced the sky and in an instant, a powerful sword chi burst out. The Shadow Guard and Bailey Mingxiang were unfamiliar with this power. However, Han Yunxi knew that this was the power of the lust bite. After leaving Heaven Mountain, Long Feiye had not used the power of the lust bite again. The entire lake seemed to be pulled by this power. Countless water droplets jumped up from the water surface. They were densely packed and covered the entire lake. Gradually, these water droplets became bigger and bigger and turned into water pillars. They soared into the sky and gathered towards Long Feiye. Han Yunxi unconsciously clenched her fist. Although she knew that Long Feiye could control this power, she could not help but worry. Sure enough, all the water pillars gathered on Long Feiye's sword. Long Feiye was high and mighty. He was handsome like a god. Only when she saw Long Feiye clearly did Han Yunxi's nervous heart relax. At this moment, she could not help but revere that man. Long Feiye's eyes turned cold. In an instant, the profound frost sword slashed towards the center of the lake with all the water pillars. But right at this moment, something unexpected happened. A water dragon suddenly rushed out from the center of the stormy lake. It was majestic and menacing. In an instant, it collided with Long Feiye's water dragon. At the moment of collision, all the water froze in the air for a moment. Then, it scattered and scattered. The surface of the Inyang Lake was like a rainstorm. As the waves fell, they left behind two streams of energy. One was Long Fei's sword chi, while the other was Moi's sword chi, angered by the provocation. The two powers fought. Soon, Long Feiye lost the upper hand and was about to be devoured. Emo Xie was an ancient treasure sword. Its sword chi was very frightening. In addition, it had a murderous aura. Even if Long Feiye had the power to subdue it, before he could break the murderous aura, he would not be able to subdue it. Instead, he would be devoured by its murderous aura and go mad. The reason why Long Feiye provoked Emo Xie's sword spirit was not to subdue it. He just wanted to lure out the murderer. Seeing this, Han Yunxi immediately wanted to help. Who knew that just as Han Yunxi stood up, a red shadow suddenly flew over and flew between the two sword chi. What was going on? Everyone was very surprised. If the murderer had appeared, the murderer would not be so stupid as to court death. It was impossible to estimate how powerful the two sword chis were. If it was not courting death, what was it? That person seems to have been thrown over? Su Donglin muttered. It seems to be Gu. Bailey Mingxiang was shocked. Gu! Han Yunxi shouted and flew out. However, when Gu approached the sword chi again, a few thorny vines suddenly sprang out from the lake and pulled him back. At this time, everyone could see clearly. They saw that Gu was tied up. His body was covered with human bones. There were even 7 human bones hanging on his waist. What was going on? Long Feiye frowned and looked over while resisting Emo Xie's sword chi. He did not care about what happened to Gu. He only wanted to know where the murderer was.